Welcome to another hopeless day on the hopeless stream. And this day is particularly hopeless because I've been in the dungeons to prepare this stream for you all. Deep in the dark and moist and clammy dungeons. And unfortunately, I think some of that dungeon rot has attached itself to me. So I'm infested with mucus and phlegm in my system. So if you hear kind of a muffled, strange voice, that is just me and my dungeon rot speaking through me. But other than that, I'm in as good spirits as can be, I would say. And let me say here right off the bat that if there are any technical difficulties or anything out there, just let me know. Not that I can probably do anything about it, but still it's nice to know that you're failing while you're failing. So, with that out of the way, welcome to a stream of Citadel of Blood, a 1980s dungeon crawler, a true classic, one of those that are being played far too little these days, I think. Not because it's necessarily what anyone would be looking for in this day and age when it comes to dungeon crawlers, but because it's one of those games that are so fundamental to the whole genre. And it's really good, I think, to go back and revisit some of the old games and try to see, what can we learn from them and how has the whole culture of gaming really shaped itself after these games, how they impacted how we do games today. If you had half an eye to the slideshow that ran here before the stream started, you would have basically seen a lot of the covers of the Ares magazine. And the Ares magazine was a magazine that was put out by SPI, Simulations Publications Incorporated, a wargame company that was established in the late 60s. And SPI was sort of their sci-fi, their sci-fi magazine. And now I can see that Swordvander says that everything is fine except for the damp dungeon disease that is oozing out of the screen. Yes, I warned you already. If you catch something through this stream, it will be a first, but I wouldn't be surprised because this rot got me bad. Luckily, I got all these concoctions and brews and pills and whatnot, so I'll try to get through this as best as I can. And should I croak halfway, she will know what got me. The Citadel of Blood got me. So the Ares magazines, there were 17 of them and 2 special issues. And each of these issues, they came with their own game tucked away inside. And these games were usually maybe 8, 10, 12 pages of rules and a map and some die-cut counters that you had to punch out from a punch board, and then you could play the game. And I think most of us, if we think about magazine games, like, games that we'll find inside, children's books, comic books, or modern magazines or something, it is these sort of little ephemeral, frivolous things that you can play around with for 20 minutes and then you just chuck them in the bin, together with the magazine probably, because it was so horrible. But not the Ares magazine games. No. The Ares magazine games, they pack a lot of game into these really tiny magazine games. It's actually, frankly, amazing how much game they pack into them. And what is even more amazing is how varied these games are, how experimental they are. I mean, looking at a board game scene today where it seems that some kind of mainstream has consolidated and There are sort of a few tried and tested formulas that all the major publishers are going after, and then those are the games that are being put in the shops. They take up all the shelf space in most shops, and then maybe there's a little section in the corner of the shop where you have your indie RPGs and your indie board games. But they don't take up a lot of space compared to that they are the games that are really setting the agenda, that are pushing the envelope. But when we go back to 1980s, early 70s, late 70s, early 80s, when the Ares magazine came out, you would find that the games there were, there was no real mainstream, or maybe there was a war game mainstream. But other than that, it was completely free for all. You could do whatever you want. So when you take these 17 games and these 17 issues of the Ares magazine, those are 17 wildly different games. And some of them have mechanics that are completely out there. And it's just, you know, this should be on every game designer's curriculum, should be to go through the Ares magazines and see how the board gaming hobby changed from war games into fantasy and experiment, basically. Because what happened in the late 70s, really beginning with Dungeons and Dragons in 74, was this whole wave of fantasy gaming that entered into the gaming scene. Until then, pretty much, you know, everything that wasn't family games were war games, hex encounter war games, or diplomacy variants or something like that. Very often in a historical setting, and often these historical settings didn't actually really go back very far. Like rarely did any of these settings go before Napoleon. Even doing like medieval war games were considered not serious by true war gamers. So having this leap suddenly into fantasy, which of course also came on the back of the popularity of Tolkien, The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, I guess especially, but it was really something that only happened there in the mid-late 70s. And the game that we'll be looking at today, Citadel of Blood, it came out in 1980, so it had a few years of development behind it in this genre, but really not a lot. Let me just show you the front page here of Citadel of Blood. So this is what it looks like, guys. Yeah, my camera is very close to the table today, and you'll soon understand why. But let me just here do like a slow pan over the cover so you can enjoy this. And look how bloody it is. And also look at this fantasy architecture, this castle here. It doesn't really look like the kind of fantasy that we think of when we think fantasy castle today. It looks too sort of clean and architectural, graphic almost. And this is actually because the Ares magazines, they did not hire your standard board game cover illustrators for their games. No. They hired true hard sci-fi illustrators. So the people who did these covers, they were used to doing sci-fi, the covers of sci-fi novels. And I think I tell myself at least that this here has a distinct sci-fi-ish vibe to it, this castle. And when we get into the backstory in a bit, you'll also see that even though this is a fantasy game, it of course, takes place on a distant planet far away in the galaxy somewhere, where there is a fantasy-like environment. But still this idea that in order to legitimize fantasy, you would have to go by the way of sci-fi. So let me just put this back. So it's a really an interesting start. I was looking at the main mechanic used in Citadel of Blood is sort of it's a tile laying game. So it's a modular map that develops as you play. And I was trying to look into like, when did that actually begin? And what I could see was that in 1976, we have a game coming out called Dragons, an adventure into Middle Earth. So here again, clearly a Tolkien-esque game This was self-published by Lee and Tim Harvey in 1976, so just 4 years before Citadel of Blood. This must be one of the earliest tile-laying games in a fantasy genre that we can really find. And I don't know there are some images on Board Game Geek, but it was self-published, probably only produced in very limited number of copies, and really difficult to get your hands on. It does look interesting though, and I would definitely want to give it a playthrough if I ever got my hands on it. Then in 77, the year after, there is a game called Labyrinthine. And this is by Pete and Judy Keriston. And the first were Lee and Tim Harvey. Those look like two geeky brothers in a basement that cooked up dragons and adventure into Middle-earth. But now comes Pete and Judy. Maybe they're high school couple, or maybe they're in college, who knows. And they come up with Labyrinthine, which is a modular dungeon game, but it has that role-playing kind of feel to it, where one player is the GM, so one player designs the dungeon out of these modular boards that he lays up, and the other player has to make it through the dungeon. So it isn't really a modular, organically developing dungeon, but it's modular in the sense that one player designs a dungeon for the other player using modular tiles. So kind of not even so close, I would say. Then, in 1978, this is really when it happens. 1978. That's the year that we get The Sorcerer's Cave. The Sorcerer's Cave by Terence Peter Donnelly. A fantastic modular tile-laying dungeon game with tiles so big that you basically have to play it on the floor. It's like no table can really sustain this game. Now, I have a copy. Unfortunately, I don't have it where I'm at right now, so I cannot show you The Sorcerer's Cave. Sorry, guys. I would have loved to show it to you. But you have to see it some other day. But if I ever get around to streaming it, which I hope I will at some point, that's going to be a floor stream. I have to get this table out of here and do it on the floor, because that's the only way that thing works. But that is a classic dungeon tile-laying game. And though I cannot show you The Sorcerer's Cave, I can show you something that is almost as good, which is the follow-up from 1980, Mystic Wood. Now, unfortunately, or I don't know, not unfortunately, because this is actually the early version of the game. But as you can see, the cover here is not exactly amazing. It's like this very sort of naive children's drawing, and I don't even know what those humans look like. Like, what's happening with her? And this guy down here, how is he somehow... It looks like he's almost committing some kind of ritual suicide, as if he's about to chop off his own head. And yeah, it's just not great. There is a Avalon Hill Games. They later took over. They later took over the publication of Sorcerer's Cave and Mystic Wood. I'm not sure if they took over Mystic Wood, but anyway, they made far better covers. So you can go in on Board Game, you can check their covers. They're much nicer. But I can still give you an idea of what the Mystic Wood looks like. So, whoops. This is what you get. Here are the Mystic Wood rules for play. And then look at the size of these tiles, right? These are serious tiles. And when you have like 20, 30 of them on your table, either you have like a very, very large table, or your pathways are just falling off the edge of the table. And now, a little spoiler for what's going to happen in a minute, but if we try to compare it to the tiles that we're going to be using today here in Citadel of Blood, you'll see a certain difference in size. Here you have a Citadel of Blood tile on a Mystic Wood tile. So yeah, Citadel of Blood is definitely the more handy, easy to get to the table game. And these two games came out the same year, but Sorcerer's Cave, which came out in 78, 2 years earlier, used the same type of tiles here as Mystic Wood, also these big rectangular tiles. And a cool thing about Sorcerer's Cave and Mystic Wood is that all the characters have quests. So even though you're just moving willy-nilly around the dungeon and encountering random objects and monsters and finding treasure, each character will have a quest. So you can see here Percival, for example, he has to leave the wood with the Grail. So he has to go in and find the Grail, and then he can only leave the wood. And we have here Britomart, who has to go find a prince to take out of the wood. And we have good old George, who has to go in and slay the dragon in order to be the hero of the day. So you're in the same kind of network, but everyone has a character with their own unique quest, and characters can also fight between themselves in the dungeon. Characters may not even begin at the same end of the dungeon. So there are many interesting possibilities, and I really hope that I'll get this game to the floor someday. But I think that Sorcerer's Cave in '78, which was a pretty big success, I believe, in its day, must have inspired a lot of games that came after. And Citadel of Blood is definitely in that vein. Swordvander says, dungeon crawling for the adventurer on the go. And yes, I believe that must be a reference to Citadel of Blood and not the Mystic Wood, because the Mystic Wood is very much for the stay-at-home dungeon crawler. But one of the things that happened in '79, like the year after Sorcerer's Cave, is that Greg Costikyan, he puts out this game called DeathMaze, Heroic Adventure in the Corridors of Doom. DeathMaze, Heroic Adventure in the Corridors of Doom. What a title. And that game is actually the whole game system that Citadel of Blood uses. So he comes up with this idea of this micro game modular dungeon with little chits and pieces, and his game it's basically the same system, but there is really no overarching narrative. You walk into a dungeon and random stuff happen, and you go out and you go back in, and then between raids you can level up your characters. So it's a very sort of generic archetypal kind of dungeon, and I haven't played it, but given Greg Costikyan's other games, I would also imagine that that is more of a sort of a tongue-in-cheek game. He likes to put this sort of goofball humor into his games. I think Greg Costikyan is a fantastic designer. He has done amazing things. I mean, he created the Toon role-playing game in 1984. He created the Paranoia role-playing game in 1986, I believe. And he made the board game Pax Britannica, which still stands as one of the most hopeless, unplayable, and fantastic board games of all time. It's completely bonkers, and you probably need 8 people and I don't know how many days to play through it, but it's wonderful. So I have immense respect for him as a designer and for what he did for his field, but he also came out of this sort of goofball tradition where everything is tongue-in-cheek, and it's as if the games don't really take themselves seriously. And now and that is me, I have a problem with that. I like for games to take themselves seriously. I mean, we can all agree that it's pretty stupid to run around in a dungeon and meet random monsters and kill them and gain experience points and grab treasure and go out and level up and do the same thing all over again. It's kind of stupid and pointless and ridiculous in many ways. But if that's how we look at it, then it's as if, why are we even doing it? If we're not even trying to take it seriously, if we're not trying to invest some kind of seriousness into it, I mean, why are we even doing it? So I know many people like it that way, that sort of you can joke with it as you go along, but I was never one to really joke about these things. I don't know. I must have been a serious kid. I remember running a Dungeons and Dragons campaign back in when I was maybe 10, 12 years old. I think it was my brother and my cousin or something who were the players, and we had been playing through this campaign, and it was sort of a very generic dungeon crawler. some module that I had gotten from the local game store, and I was feeling side of that, they weren't really where I wanted them to be. They weren't taking this as seriously as I wanted them to. So for one game session, I basically set up in my parents' basement. There was a corridor down there, and it was sort of cold and damp and badly lit, and there was a washing room with a drain next door. So there was this like pretty horrible stench coming out of the drain, drain that was filling this whole corridor. So I set up there with tables and candles, and we were sitting there, and it was kind of cold, and everybody sort of, had this. It was as if the air was thick somehow. You were breathing through this sort of filthy smell and the dampness in the air. It was definitely not healthy to sit down there and play. But it was sort of my attempt to inject some kind of seriousness into the game. And unfortunately, my brother and my cousin didn't think it was so cool, and they just immediately started joking because they knew that it would trigger me, and I rage quit, and I think I had the whole corridor they're in collapse on their ceilings, and we never finished the campaign. It's probably just me, but I like to take these things seriously. If there is a premise, let's take that premise seriously, and that's also why we don't need to have premises that are that are just off the bat ridiculous. We can dare to be a little bit serious here in life once in a while. I think that's fair. But again, I've never really taken reality serious in any way except taking reality serious in the various ways it allows me to develop fictions within that reality. I think that's the most serious I take reality is its potential for creating fiction. A bit of an aside there, but what I'm getting at is that for me, Citadel of Blood is this Greg Costikyan, goofy, tongue-in-cheek fantasy world taken seriously. I mean, it's also ridiculous. You just saw the cover, right? It's ridiculous, but it's completely without irony, I would say. It's just upfront, It's upfront about what it does. And yes, there is a Dark Lord, and he has summoned a Hellgate, and there is a Citadel of Blood that you can only enter by crossing over the Arc of Doom. I mean, it's completely out there, but it does it really without a glint in the eye, and I really love that. So now, the DeathMaze game that Citadel of Blood borrows the systems from, then in order to make DeathMaze less generic, what it also did was that it imported the world from a game called Swords and Sorcery, which was one of the first fantasy war games to come out. I think normally you talk about the first fantasy war game as being White Moon, Red Bear by Greg Stafford, who created the RuneQuest world. And White Moon, Red Bear is a completely bonkers fantasy war game that takes place in the world of Glorantha, which it must have confounded wargamers at the time because they were used to like units which were sort of incrementally better than other units. But in this Glorantha world where you basically have walking guards, you would have like single pieces that could do outrageous things like run straight across the map in one turn, like 40 spaces, and kill everything in your way. Things like that. It must have tripped so many wargamers up. But that was how fantasy was injected into wargames. And White Moon, Red Bear is Red Bear is from 1975, and then I think it's around 1980 that Avalon Hill's sort of upgraded version, Dragon Pass, comes out. And I remember Dragon Pass from my own childhood, playing that with my brother and having a lot of fun with that. Now, Swords and Sorcery is from Greg Costikyan created Swords and Sorcery in '78, and I want to show you the map of this game. So if you take a look here, I hope that you can see it. This is the original map for the Swords and Sorcery game. And you can see there's a lot of hexes, so it's completely classical wargame style hex encounters game. And if you see in the bottom left corner, there is kind of a lake with an island in the center. That island has in the center of it a square with a castle. And that is the Citadel of Blood. So if you check here, let me just do this. There you go. This is the square at the center of the lake where the Citadel of Blood is in the Swords and Sorcery game that came out in '78, 2 years before Citadel of Blood. So you can see what you're actually playing in Citadel of Blood is a raid, which is basically what you could play with one piece in the bigger war game, moving into a square and rolling some dice and resolving a combat. That one move into that square was then made into its entirely own game that you could play, and which is what we're gonna play tonight. So this also shows you how much lore that the Citadel of Blood it draws on. It draws from this entire world. And this is not just some random world that Greg Costikyan he developed in '78. This is a world that actually started back in '69. And now let me just go back here to our setup. I hope you got a chance to look at the Citadel of Blood here. This is this whole Swords and Sorcery world that Citadel of Blood takes place in is really something that goes back to '69, somewhere in Canada, close to the US border, which is one of the earliest recorded role-playing games of any time, set in this mystical world of, is it called Slobovia? I think Slobovia. I have a moment of doubt here. Is it Slobovia? I need to check if I am right here. So yeah, Slobovia. Thank you, memory. You served me correctly. So the world of Slobovia was developed in Canada from 1969 onwards. And in the early 70s, it turned into a campaign world for diplomacy games set in this fantasy session. Set in this fantasy world. And it was just, developed by teenagers fooling around and writing long reports. But what they did was that they identified with characters and they role-played those characters, mostly in writing. I believe also by meeting up and talking and discussing how this world should develop. But most of it was recorded in these reports that came out where people would write about, what happened to their characters and to their sub-characters and so on. And there was this implicit rule in the game that you could not kill another person's character unless they consented to it. So it was this world-building, role-playing thing that started, basically 5 years before Dungeons and Dragons ever came around. So it was a prototypical role-playing game that over the course of many years developed this world that Greg Costikyan then turned into one of the world's first fantasy war games with Swords and Sorcery in 1978. And all that is then what builds up the Citadel of Blood, which is just a single square on this giant map of Swords and Sorcerer. And as I said before, Swords and Sorcerer is this tongue-in-cheekish, foolish game, and so is this whole Slobovia world. It's everything is very silly. And yeah, I'm not a big fan, but again, the Citadel of Blood, I think, manages to take most of the silliness out of this world and then just make sort of a hardcore dungeon crawl adventure out of the whole thing. And yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna be dungeon crawling as if it was 1980 and as if we mean it. There's not gonna be many laughs on this stream. It's gonna be serious dungeon crawling through the maze of the Citadel of Blood. Because this whole Citadel of Blood, what is it actually? Well, is an old ruin that I think there used to be like an old orc stronghold, and then the whole place was ruined and nobody lived there for probably centuries. And then at one point, this dark magician, the Dark Lord, which does carry the also admittedly foolish game X the Unknown, he came about and he built this citadel. And in the citadel, he installed the Hellgate in some kind of mystic maze. When you enter the citadel, you go across the Arc of Evil and you enter into the citadel, and then you're immediately caught in a maze. And every time you enter it, the maze changes. It's never the same twice in a row, which is then, of course, also built into the game as the game is modular. So every time you play it, there'll be a new maze. But this is part of the lore, that this maze changes. And somewhere in that maze is hidden the Hellgate. And the Hellgate is powered by, the souls of dead heroes and demons and I know not what. And it is basically what is giving the power to this magician to feed all this evil, dark forces into the Valley of the Sword, which is the whole area in which the Citadel of Blood lies. Now, this is an area which is an outcast area. The rest of the world is more or less dominated by the Empire, which is the human empire. But there is this realm, this Valley of the Great Sword, where there is this Valley of the Great Sword where all the misfits basically live. It's all the people who don't fit into the Empire's, ordered human society, and it's also all these different, what we call in role-playing terms, all the different races and creatures and species that are not human. All the non-human characters are basically in that area. So the game is in that sense sort of a celebration of weirdness, because it's weirdness that is under attack from this major human empire. And what has happened is that the Dark Lord who built the Citadel of Blood, he has allied with the Empire. So they are drawing on his dark, evil forces to try to eradicate this whole Valley of the Sword and exterminate all its inhabitants. So what we're going to be playing as is some of those few heroes who are brave enough to venture into the Citadel of Blood, try to find the Hellgate, and try to close it down. And that's going to be our mission for tonight. And whether we succeed or not, it's hard to tell. All I can say is that many others have tried before us. Actually, I myself have led a couple of parties into the Citadel, and I have not been very successful. But maybe with your enlightened help and encouragement, I will be able to get us there. So, what you're looking at here at the table right now is basically our team. We are 6 people going into the Citadel today. 3 of them are named heroes, and 3 of them are more sort of ordinary people. So up here in the top row, we have Gislan. He is a dwarf shaman. He has a lot of very powerful magic. He has luck and strength and lightning and teleport, and he also swings a really bad axe. So don't mess with Gislan. And as you can see, he also have 10 hit points, which is a lot in this game. So he's basically I think he's our hope to take down whatever resistance we meet. I think without Gislan, we're not going to get very far. So I just put him in the front row. This is what you're looking at. The way they're set up is basically a marching order. So we have 2 rows with 3 guys in each row. The second one here is Elmurik. He's a knight. He's a human knight, and he's very charming, which means that he can cast the charm spell. And that's an interesting thing, because technically it means that we can charm creatures to come join us. So crazy things can happen. Suddenly we can walk around with a Hydra or something in our party. So that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. He also has a Hellgate skill, which means that he's actually capable of closing the Hellgate. though he's not super skillful in closing the Hellgate. So hopefully he'll learn some tricks as we go through the dungeon, so he can do it more efficiently. Then over to the right we have Rurik, who is also a dwarf, but he is a squire to Almeric, the human knight. And Rurik is, he's a brave little guy, and he's nothing special. But again, he's pretty good with the axe. He doesn't know the first thing about magic, and he isn't super resilient, but he's not afraid. So I thought, let's put him up in the front row, and I think he's going to go out of his way to protect Almeric, his master. In the back row, down here, we have Silesia. She's a druid, and she is she can heal, and she can remove poison, and her main forte actually is her ability to negotiate. So if we come in dire straits and we're up against opposition that we cannot handle, we can always try to have Silesia, strike some kind of deal to get us past. So, and that's why I put her a little bit in the back. She's got a bow, so I want her in the second line, and she can heal. So in case someone needs quick healing in the front row, she'll be able to do that. She's got only 6 hit points, and the black die here, which says with a 4 on it, is how many times she can heal during the game. So there's a limit to this heal spell. We cannot just heal forever. Then we have over here Elmira. She's an interesting character. She's a human, but she's a runaway. And no one really knows what she ran away from. Maybe she's just an orphan, but it seems like she's been living on the streets and just, around the realm for a long time on her own. And how she survives is anybody's guess, but mysteriously, she has a pretty good grasp on the Hellgate. She's got a lot of Hellgate lore. So I'm wondering if she has been really close to that source. If she's somehow has been perhaps even in contact with the Dark Lord who created the gate. Perhaps she's even some kind of, creature that he created, his daughter, or just someone who's been close to this evil. Perhaps she has visions. Perhaps she's the chosen one to close the gate. I don't know, but no one really knows where she comes from, and she doesn't really talk about it. She also has a sleep spell, and I imagine that this sleep spell is one of the ways that she's been able to manage quite a lot of difficult situations, as it must be for a young girl to try to manage life on her own out here in the wilderness. And then finally here down at the bottom right, we have Linfalas, who is an elven ranger. He is pretty good with a bow, he's really good with a bow. So I put him in the back to deal some serious damage with his bow, I hope. Also, he doesn't really know magic. I can see I already confused something. So Silesia the druid, she has a negotiation skill, and she can negotiate, but it's Linfalas who is the master negotiator. Linfalas is a key character in the Swords and Sorcerer game that I talked about before. That Citadel of Blood also comes from, where the lore in Citadel of Blood come from. He's an important character. So he's quite strong, but he doesn't know magic. But he can talk his way out of most situations, and he shoots a wicked bow. So let's hope that he helps us. So over here then, what you see, you have 2 tiny counters. One of them, I'll show you. Oops. I don't know if you can see it. It says party. And this is our party. So this one piece here basically represents all these 6 people in this formation. And then the second piece here is basically what we come to just after we cross the Arc of Evil. This is the Gate of Shadows that leads into the Citadel of Blood. Swordvender says, reminds me of how you would do a party composition in PC games like Eye of the Beholder. Warriors in front, mages and rogues in the back. Very, very much. And I guess that Eye of the Beholder, the first Eye of the Beholder, is that mid-80s or something? Or is it even later? But all those early fantasy computer games, they drew heavily on these early fantasy war games and fantasy tile laying games, I think. So, and of course on the whole role-playing game genre. So yeah, you know, the art of setting up the right marching order, which is of course crucial to any kind of success. And you know, let's be honest here, I was never really very big into fantasy role-playing. I kind of liked more weird, devious stuff. So yeah, I'm probably a noob at setting up good marching orders. But anyway, I'm trying to use a bit of common sense, and we'll just see how it goes. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna move all these stat cards off screen so we can focus only on the maze that we're gonna be traveling through. So let's take it down here. Oops. And then instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put our marching order up here so we have it, and then when combat happens, as it will, we'll basically use this marching order. There you go. We'll use this marching order for the fights. I think I'll put it maybe a little bit over here. We have it down here in the corner. So we have Gislan, Almuric, and Rurik in the first line, and then Silesia, Elmira, and Linfalas in the second line. And again, these 6 guys here, that is the formation represented by this one party token. Let's move the entrance to the labyrinth in here. And Eye of the Beholder was 1991. Yeah, so it's pretty late. And surely, you know, yeah, fantasy role-playing games was a big influence on that. But it's pretty much the same. And when you're looking at this game from 1980, fantasy role-playing games in 1980 was basically this, you know. Yes, there would be a game master who would, you know, create a little bit more atmosphere and description and do their own dungeons, but being a game master in 1980 was pretty much drawing up a dungeon and populating it with monsters and treasure, and then having a group of characters try to make their way through the dungeon while the game master would, you know, desperately try to kill the players, because that was his, you know, the greatest thing you could do as a game master was to kill the players. It was, role-playing games at that point was very competitive between the game master and the players, which I think today many people will find kind of ridiculous. But again, that's also because it developed out of competitive wargaming. So you kind of need to go back to these games to really understand the whole evolution of the genre, because we didn't just get where we are today with games by just, you know, randomly falling into it. We had to go through all these stages. And again, what I really like about these early stages is how innovative and experimental they are. I mean, a game like this, yeah, DeathMaze had been there before with this game system, but this here was completely fresh and unseen, and something that, you know, would keep kids awake at night thinking about how tomorrow's run through the Citadel of Blood might go and what they could do different and how they would organize their party. And I should also say that the characters that I have here, we're using 3 heroes and then 3 novices, or initiates as they're called. But there are like 20 more heroes to choose from, pre-made characters, and you can roll up as many initiates as you want. So there's a lot of different ways to put your party together. But I think we're about to be ready to begin. And let me just see. Oh yeah, I should also just show you that here in the Ares magazine, you find here a whole article written about the lore of the Citadel of Blood in the magazine with this sort of very typical Dungeons and Dragons party moving through a dungeon illustration. And then you have over here tons of text telling you everything about the Dark Lord and the building of the Hellgate and all those things that I was talking about before. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of die rolling. There's going to be a lot of table checking, so you'll have to bear with me on that. But I'm going to, try to do it as smoothly as possible, and I'm not going to involve you in all of the dice rolls. I'm only going to involve you in dice rolls if they actually have a bearing on the game and if they're interesting in any way. And you'll very quickly learn the ropes of how this game plays. As I take a few turns, you will be able to follow along and see how it's played. It's a very simple game in many ways. So let me just make sure that everything is as it should be. Yes. Okay, good. All right. So, dusk is falling as our party of adventurers cross the Arc of Evil into the Citadel of Blood. And the water in the lake surrounding the island where the Citadel stands is red. It's completely a deep, dark red color. And it may just be the way that the light filters through the sky here in evening tide, or it may be something else, something that we'd rather not consider as we walk over this very narrow and long bridge without any railings in single file. And there's a wind blowing, and you can sort of feel that every step you take, you have to really put your foot down hard and make sure that you have a good grip before you lift the other foot, or you risk falling over, and then you'll find out for sure why the waters are so red down there under you. But we make it across the Arc of Evil, and we stand before the Gate of Shadows, which mystically opens in front of us. We haven't even knocked, we haven't said a password, we haven't done anything. It's almost as if it's welcoming us in, as if it's taunting us, as if it's saying, come on, if you even dare, step inside and I'll show you what happens to you. And this also may have something to do, I think, with what nourishes the Hellgate. Because I think that the souls of the dead that nourishes the Hellgate are basically the souls of the people who ventures into the Citadel and never make it back out alive again. So if we don't manage to close down the Hellgate, we'll probably end up just making it stronger. So that's a lot on our shoulders, but we have to try to do the best that we can. So we now take our party and we move it onto the gate, and we're ready to enter the castle. So we pick a section, and you can see here, just to explain how everything works now here at the beginning, the Hellgate here has kind of a broad entry. So it's like a broad blue line. There are also these thin blue lines, as you can see here, or thin white lines that connects. So the broad ones are corridors, and the thin ones are doorways leading into rooms. So as we're starting here, there is sort of a broad corridor, meaning that we have to connect this to a corridor. So we stand on it, and then we take the corridor, and we can basically choose which side we want. Now let's put it like this. So we're standing in front of a corridor, And yes, this is gonna get horribly fiddly. But I should say, you know, there is a fan-made expansion to this game with huge tiles and a lot of nice overview charts, and I was so close to just printing all that out and, you know, cutting it up and doing my own set so I could actually play it on stream in a way where people could follow what was going. But then I thought, no, I mean, we have to have the 1980 experience. This is how you would play it in 1980 without any tools, but like scribbling little notes on cards and fiddling around with these little chits. I mean, I think that's part of the experience. We're not trying to play some kind of, you know, refined, easy to play version of this game. This is the hard version. This is the hopeless version. This is what we're playing. So as we enter the corridor, we have to throw a die to see if we encounter anything. And when you enter a corridor, you encounter something on a roll of 1. So a roll of 2 means we didn't encounter anything. So we can basically just step into the corridor, and we're now inside the Citadel of Blood. It's dark in here, and there are torches set in the walls, but they're pretty far apart. So there is this wall of shadows that you have to move through every time you transition from one torch to the other, and you can feel the whole party as you move, kind of rushing it a little bit through the shadows, and then you're back into the light and you can breathe. But it's so quiet in here. There is nothing. And the pathway, the corridor, continues further straight into the darkness. And on the right, there is a door. Well, could this be where the watchman sits? Is there a watchman? Maybe it would be good to check what's in there so nothing sort of comes jumping out at us suddenly from the back. Let's knock at this. Whoever opened the door might actually be in there. Whoever opened the gate for us. So, yeah, I think we should go in there and see what we find. So let's see what kind of room is in there. And these chits are pretty nice that I'm fiddling with here. They are double-sided, so on one side they'll have a corridor and on the other they'll have a room. So it doesn't really matter which one you take, they'll always fit, is the idea anyway. Let's see if this is true. Look at this, guys. You may not know what this is, but you will in a minute. You will in a minute, and I tell you guys, this is big. This is almost too good to be true. Do you see what it is? It's a mirror. It's a mirror of shadows. All right. We put down the mirror room. And now we have to check, because it's a room, whether there's a trap. So on a roll of 1, there is a trap. But there's no trap on this door. It's almost as if whoever built this ever-shifting maze is just inviting us in. This is going to be a walk in the park. Come in, my friends. Come in, my dear friends. And we step into the chamber, the mirror hall. And it's an empty room, but there's just this huge, big, oval mirror standing at one end. And it's as if while we're being reflected in the mirror, it's as if it's reflecting us in a completely different place. As if when we see ourselves in the mirror, we don't see ourselves mirrored as we are in the dungeon room, but mirrored in some other mystical, hazy place with these big mists drifting. And it's almost as if it's like an open space, like the complete opposite of this little cramped chamber where the 6 of us are now standing. And there's a shadow that suddenly moves inside the mirror. And let's see if anything steps out. On a 1 to 3, something steps out. Nope. The shadow just passes by the surface of the mirror. There's no one there. All right. Well, let's take a closer look at that mirror and see what's really in it. So, Mirrors are the way that you locate the Hellgate. And since we have now discovered our first mirror, we have to find out whether it gives us any clue as to where the Hellgate is, or it will give us a clue to where the Hellgate is. But now the interesting thing is to find out how close is the Hellgate. Is it right around the corner, or is it way off? I mean, this is an ever-changing maze, so wonders can happen. I mean, we may be right next to the Hellgate, which would be bonkers, but we may also be very far off. But you cannot find, in this game, you cannot find a mirror quicker than we just found a mirror. So staring into this mirror, we're also staring into that abyss from which the Hellgate draws its power. So now we have to roll on the mirror table. Let's see. So, where is the mirror? The mirror is on level 2 of the dungeon. So we're on level 1 now, and there are 3 levels in this dungeon. And we now know that the Hellgate is located somewhere on level 2. Now the good news here is that means that we don't actually even have to go down to level 3 unless we really want to. Because the further you go down in a dungeon, as every dungeon crawler should know, the more dangerous the monsters become, but also the more alluring the treasures that they guard, and of course, the more experience points they provide. So, this is great news. We now know that the mirror is located on level 2, and that means that as soon as we're down on level 2, and we find a mirror, we will be able to know more or less exactly where the Hellgate is. So what we need to find now is we need to find a set of stairs that takes us down to level 2. What a start! It must be too good to be true. So we leave this disturbing mirror behind. We just glimpsed a shadow. Maybe it was the Dark Lord himself, or one of his minions who just wandered across it, just on the other side. It could have reached out, but it didn't. I think they want us to go deeper. So back in the hallway, we're checking for wandering monsters, because all sorts of creatures are roaming these corridors, but there is no one here. So we can continue on our path down this corridor. So yeah, let me know if you're following along out there, and if whatever I'm doing here makes sense, or if I'm forgetting to tell you something so you cannot follow at all. I'll be happy to elaborate, but right now we're just exploring. And here is another piece of corridor. And as you can see, there are rooms on either sides of this corridor. So again, first we check to see if there's anyone waiting for us in the corridor. But there's no one here. This whole maze, it's almost as if it's abandoned. I'm kind of wondering if we're ever going to meet anyone. Now, we have now a choice here. We can continue deeper into the maze through the corridors, or we can check these rooms on either sides of the corridor. Now, I don't know about you guys, but since they seemed so eager, and I'm saying I don't know, but I do feel that there is some kind of the maze almost have a life of its own, that it's almost like a living piece of architecture. It's as if it really wants us to find those stairs. And the stairs, they are always positioned in rooms. So perhaps the stairs are also right next door. And then we go down to level 2, and then everything starts for real. I don't know. But I'm willing to find out. So I think that we should try to go into the chamber to the right here. That's right next to the mirror. So, Swordbender says, the empty rooms are an obvious omen of the unfathomable horrors that lies deep within the inner chambers. Oh yeah. It's basically giving us a glimpse of the emptiness that is to follow. I totally agree. And that's also why we are having Gislan, our shamanic dwarf, kick open the door with his big furry boot, and shimmering in his right hand is a little flame, which is what always tingles on his fingertips when he's about to cast a lock spell, because he has the ability to slam shut that door again right in front of us if something too horrible appears. But let's see what's on the other side of the door. And it is, oh my goodness, what is happening? What is happening? Can you see it, guys? No, it is not a giant comb. It is a set of stairs leading down to level 2. I'm getting freaked out. You know, I'm drawing randomly from this cup, and it's as if everything that I believe is gonna happen is actually happening. What the devil? And we haven't encountered anything, though, of course, as we enter the room and we see these steps that just goes down into the darkness completely unlit. Here we'll have to carry our own torches. There are no torches on level 2. So we're just looking into this darkness, and this is waft of cold, rotten air that just shoots up from this passageway, creeps up the stairs, almost as if the wind and the smell and the distant howling had a physical form of itself that came together. Let's see if anything is there. First of all, is there a trap on this door? There is no trap. We open the door, and up the stairs, slowly climbing up the stairs, a creature suddenly appears before us. What is it? All right, guys, it's action time. So, I'll just find out. Up the stairs comes a wight, a tormented ghost of someone who suffered a horrible death ascends the stairs and stands in front of us. And now comes this mini game where I try to find the wight among all these little chits on the table next to me. So bear with me for a minute. Here it is. So, this is the wight. And we'll place it here over in the battle formation. It just stands there head on in the center. And I'll move our party onto the stairs. And it has some hit points, which means that it has 2d6 hit points. Let's see how many hit points it has. It has 3 hit points. It's a weak wight. I don't know. It's almost as if it's almost out of life, and it's just stepping up in front of us like a warning or something. It has only 3 hit points. So it's just coming up in front of us, and Gislan, he steps forward, and he doesn't hesitate. He just swings his axe right at it. And again, combat in this game takes place on tables, It's very, very simple. You roll a 6-sided dice with a few modifiers, and you look at a table and you see if you give any damage. And heroes always strikes first, unless you try to negotiate or bribe and then fail. Then the enemies strike first. Yeah, a wight is a being or thing. It doesn't sound like a huge threat. It's not. That's the thing. That's what I worry about. I thought like they were going to send something serious towards us. But it is just a reminder that that is going to be harder. And I think perhaps what happens as this wight materializes in front of us, that we recognize the shape of it. It is one of the heroes from the last party that ventured into the Citadel of Blood. It is his sort of inverted, distorted, fleshless soul that is just drifting up the stairs, and we just see this tortured look on his face as it merges with the mist around him, and he sort of feebly lunges out after us. And Gislan, he just swings the axe, and he rolls a 6, and he gets a 12. So he immediately strikes this wight for 2 points of damage. Is now down to 1. And Almuric, the knight, he steps forth nonchalantly with his sword, and he just sticks his sword right through this kneeling wight and decapitates it. There you go. Chops off its misty head that rolls down the steps of the palace, not releasing the soul of this unfortunate hero, but rather sending it right down the stairs, zooming through the corridors and down into where the Hellgate is awaiting. And the wight is dead. So, now, this was good. And we will now have to see. Now we're going to gain experience and we're going to gain treasure. So we have to go through this little sequence here of rolls again to see what this wight is carrying, if it's carrying anything that's interesting to us. And once we've done that a couple of times, it should flow pretty smoothly. But I'm just going to do a little bit careful here the first time so I make sure that I get everything right. Let's see. Okay. Yes. Right. And we should also see we're on level 2. Oh, we're on level 2. No, we're not on level 2 yet, but in a minute we are. And then that means that the monsters will become stronger. But right now, they're just at their basic strength. So this wight is a level H, which means that it has It has 5 gold pieces, and it doesn't have any jewels, and it doesn't have any magic items. So it just have like those 5 last gold pieces that the hero had with him in his leather purse when he entered. They kind of fall out as the leather disintegrates, and you just have these 5 coins that drop on the floor. So how this works is that whenever we kill a monster, we're going to distribute experience points and gold among our characters as best as we can. And the experience points that we get is equal to the wounds, I believe, of the monster times 6. Is that right? Yeah. So, and this only had like 3 wound points. So it's only 18 experience points, meaning that each of our characters here get 3 experience points. And then there are only 5 gold pieces to distribute. So I think everyone gets a gold piece except the squire. Unfortunately, that his sad lot in life is to always get paid last. So Rurik, he grumbles a little bit in his beard as he sees all the other distribute the gold pieces among them. But then at least he is fighting with Almuric, so he knows that Almuric also has his back. Yeah, Swordman asks, how are the enemy attack distributed on the party? Well, in this case, the white never got to hit back at us because we have initiative and we just demolished it. So it was really not any big threat for us at all. But otherwise, it would have randomly hit one of the characters in the front row. And if there are multiple opponents, they would be in. Then they would be standing in front of different characters. Then they would always strike the character in front of them. And if they're in front of multiple characters, you randomize who they strike. And some creatures also have special rules, or they have weapons, or various things. So I don't think the white had anything. No, it was just white. It wasn't really that big of a deal. But then again, I mean, it had 3 hit points when it could have had 12. So there is that. Anyway, let's try to move on. I mean, we also, I mean, we wouldn't really be in a position to face the Hellgate now. So we may have to go down to level 3 if we just, I mean, a white, like the ghost of a dead hero with 5 gold coins. That's, I mean, that's nothing. We can't use this for anything. So let's descend the stairs. And the way that happens is that we now actually create a new level. So this is our level 1. So I'm going to move this level 1 over to the side so we have space to begin building level 2. So, but this was the easiest. I think this is the easiest possible level that you can have. You go into a corridor, you find a room with a mirror, go through another corridor, find a room with a set of stairs. I don't think it can be any more easier than that. So there you have it. Then we have the stairs here for level 2. Let's just put them here. And as you can see, there are rooms, or at least doorways, in all 4 directions. So I'm going to put my party here. We're unscathed. We have destroyed the ghost of a dead hero and unfortunately helped return his soul to the Hellgate. But, I mean, there wasn't really anything we could do about that. And right now, this seems way too easy. So I'm pretty sure that things are going to get more tough a little bit later. With 3 X point per encounter, will we ever level up? No, that's the thing. And I mean, these stairs we're at, they actually lead all the way down to level 3. So we might need to do that. But what I would like to do is I would like to try to see if we can find the Hellgate first. And then perhaps instead of confronting the Hellgate immediately, then swoop down to level 3 for some real resistance and some real magic items and level ups that we're going to need, I think, if we're going to be able to defeat the Hellgate. Though right now, I mean, we're at full strength, and it feels like nothing can go wrong. But then again, one bad die roll in this game, and suddenly you've lost a character, and that's it. Right now, we have entered into the Citadel of Blood. We very quickly discovered a mirror which revealed that the Hellgate that we're trying to close is located on the 2nd level of the dungeon. And we also very quickly then discovered a set of stairs that led down into that 2nd level of the dungeon. So it's as if we're almost being goaded in a specific direction, and just as we're about to go down those stairs, the ghost of one of those who went before us came climbing up and almost begging for us to kill him. And we did. And then immediately his soul was sucked deeper into the Citadel to be used for energy for this Hellgate, we believe at least. So now we have descended a level. There are no more lights down in this part of the dungeon, so we're reliant on the torches that we carry. And we're basically standing in a room with doorways in all four directions, dark, dismal doorways. We do not know what lies in any direction, and we'll just have to chance it. So I think Silasha the druid, as she always does, just suggests, flip a coin and see which direction to move in. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's a 4, so we'll go right. Let's see what lies right. Well, the doorway, it's a narrow passageway that leads into a larger corridor that twists and turns. We'll see if there's anything lurking in that corridor. There is not. Just still this ominous silence and this feeling that we're being led deeper and deeper into the castle for a purpose that we only half understand. Now, we can either continue, or we can make it continue straight, or we can make a turn. I think we should try to continue straight and not take too many turns, or we may end up losing our way, I guess. So, yeah, we're just gonna try. We could, of course, also go back and try one of the other doorways. There might be a room there, instead of just following this strange, empty passage. Yeah, I think actually that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna head back into the room with the stairs. Whatever magic Silasha she worked when she randomly determined a direction, I don't know. It doesn't seem to have been very successful. Perhaps there's something that's interfering with her white magic down here. So let's see if there's anything more, because these stairs, they do not only lead up to the first level, which we have over here, they also lead down to a further third level that we haven't visited yet. And we just hope that nothing is coming up from down there. And nothing is. It's just empty. So, since Silasha's choosing magic is obviously not working, well, I guess any direction is as good as any other, and before it behoves us to head north. That was what was really giving us a bit of advantage here. So let's try to do the same thing. Let's head north and see if there's any chamber through that dark passageway. Again, it's just... Oh. It's a room, but there's nothing in it. It's a room, but we have to check and see if there's a trap on the door into the room. There is not. We walk quietly through this passageway all the time, like expecting some kind of spear to come hurling out of the wall or something, but nothing happens. We just enter the room and we look around the corners of the room, and yeah, something is definitely moving in the corners. But what is it? It's a Medusa. One of those mythological beings that it is said can turn people into stone. Only with her gaze. Let's try to find her. So here she is. A Medusa suddenly steps out of the shadows from one of the corners, her hair a tangled mass of snakes. And she has 11 plus 2. She has 13 hit points. That sounds like a lot. We may have to, I don't know. We're kind of in the room now. And for a moment there, I was thinking of just shutting the door on her using Gislan. But I also think that maybe just the fact that there is a Medusa in this room is just an indication that we're on the right track. Maybe she's guarding something. I think we have to take it on. This is going to be our first real test to see what we can do. But we have quite a lot of things in the back. So let's try to do this as efficiently as we can. And just to let you know, all our guys in the front row, they can only fight in hand-to-hand combat or with weapons, hand weapons. And those in the back row, they can only use distance weapon like bows or throwing daggers or spells. But that also means, for example, that Gislan, who's actually a really competent spellcaster, he cannot cast spells. We do have at the end of each battle round a chance to make one exchange of characters somewhere. If someone's very hurt and they need to withdraw, or we want someone in the back line to do more spells, we can do that. And again, just to bring you up to speed, like Gislan here, he can do strength spells, so he can invigorate someone. He can do lightning spells, which is super powerful. But every time you cast a spell in this game, it also drains power from you. And that translates mechanically into you losing hit points. So the more spells you cast, the weaker you become. But sometimes you have to cast spells. And especially, I think, against Medusa, we have to do something because every time a Medusa does damage to one of our characters, there is a chance that they turn into stone. And none of our characters have the stone to flesh spell, which would allow us to convert a character that have been turned into stone back into flesh. So Medusas are a big deal here. But we can be happy at least that we're not on the third level, because then there would have been 2 Medusas instead of just 1. So let's start swinging some weapons and see if they bite on her. So let's begin with Gislan. He has a combat bonus of 4 and an axe with +2, so he has a total of 6 plus 5, that's 11, and that actually means that he does 2 damage right off the bat. So the Medusa is down to 11. Pretty good swing there, Gislan. Almeric, he steps up with his sword. It is 5 plus 1, it's a 6. It just does a single point of damage to the Medusa. Not very knightish, but Rurik, his squire, he immediately steps in and see if he can help him out. He does 6 plus 2, that's an 8, and that's another point of damage. So it also stinks. And she's only down to 9, and this was a whole front row of fighters. So now we have to see what we can do here from the back. Now, we have to, let's just see here. Just want to see, yeah, it's tough to negotiate with Medusas. I was just thinking that we might have negotiated with her, but anyway, that's too late now for negotiation. But please remind me that we can actually try to, strike a deal with some of these devilish creatures that we meet. But there's nothing we can do now other than the... Yeah, okay, fine. Good. So in the back row, we have Linfalas. He shoots his bow. He's a pretty good shot. He's got 7 plus a 4, which means an 11. With a bow, that's 2 more hits. She's taking some serious damage, this Medusa. Elmira, she can cast Sleep on the Medusa and try to basically take her out that way. And the Medusa's only got a resistance of 2, so it's not really impossible. But it will drain 2 of Elmira's only 7 hit points. So yeah, I think you're right, Swordvend. I also think that was why negotiation wasn't on top of my mind when I met Medusa. She is, as you say, not a regular diplomat. But it was just because when I looked at Linfa last night, I thought, oh my God, he's got a silver tongue. Could that silver tongue have somehow, convinced this Medusa to retreat back into the shadows? But so the options now, we can cast a sleep spell. Maybe a little premature. I don't know, but I guess it's not premature if someone turns into stone. And then we have Silesia. Well, she only does really positive magic, so she can shoot a bow, but she's not super good at it. She has a bow, and no, she just shoots a bow, but it kind of just hits the Medusa and falls to the ground. So she's at 7 points. So the question is, do we give her another round, or do we just start draining Elmira right away? But there's going to be more opposition. But then again, we actually really don't want the Medusa to swing at us. And right now, since we're at level 2, she's even stronger. Yeah, she's got a plus. It's bad. It's bad. All right. I think Elmira is going to cast a sleep spell on the Medusa because she's turning. She's taking all these wounds and this arrow in the side and the chip of the axe and the chip of the sword, and she just turns her gaze and transfixes it on Elmira, who immediately counters by throwing a sleep spell. So it drains 2 life points from Elmira. She's now down to 5. Our runaway mystery woman, who we cannot really afford to lose, because I think she's the only one who has a real stab at closing the Hellgate if we ever get there. So maybe this was just super premature to do this, but I just couldn't really face up with this Medusa. But still, the Medusa has a saving throw. On a 1 or 2, she's unaffected by the sleep spell. But she's not. So the Medusa just stops in her tracks and becomes almost as if she herself was made out of stone. And she just stands there, and we can basically just go around her as she just lies down and curls up into the shadows and disappear. Or actually not, I guess. I guess that she actually just remains here. Yeah, let's say she remains here sleeping. So if we pass through here again, there is a chance that she will wake up and we'll have to confront her again. All right. Yeah. So we got past that, but we did also drain Elmira's power a bit. We have to be careful of that. She needs to survive, this girl. I mean, if we get to the Hellgate and we can't close it, then everything's basically for nothing, right? So let's hurry out of this room and go somewhere else. Let's try to make... We can go left or right, but let's try to make a left turn. I think this right turn is more sort of mazy and full of corridors. I mean, we could, of course... Yeah, it's into another potential room. Yeah, okay. So we're going through a passageway and we come into a corridor. It's an empty corridor. There's nothing in there. And we leave the Medusa behind in the chamber. And we're now just in this long north-south running corridor. And I think we need to press on in that direction upwards. That seems to be where the resistance is, so that's probably also where the Hellgate is. And remember, guys, if we find a mirror, that mirror will tell us where the Hellgate is, because we are on level 2 now. So we just got to try to find a mirror quick, so we can know what we're looking at here. All right, let's press on. And the corridor turns. This is already proving to be a more difficult level than level 1. It is not so clear. And Swordvender asks whether we are ready to deal with the Hellgate, and I will say, hell no, we're not ready to deal with the Hellgate. I mean, I think we need more powerful weapons. I mean, we're strong, but we're not that strong. I think dealing with the Hellgate now, yeah, it would be difficult. But I mean, perhaps because we haven't really lost a lot of strength so far, perhaps we could take it on. But I think the idea would be to get, a few artifacts or magic items or whatever they might have down in these dungeons that can help us defeat that Hellgate. Right now, we're turning the corner of the corridor, and there's still just nothing there. It's so empty. This is the most empty castle that I have been in for a long time. But as I said, you never know with this maze. And this is, of course, one of the attractions of the game, that the maze is new every time. So we keep on down this corridor, hoping for a room or something where there might be a clue. And now we come into this situation where I draw a tile that I cannot place. Because, as you can see when I've done fiddling, I'll just show you how this works. So here we have a corridor going this direction, and the tile that I drew looks like this. So we can match it up with a corridor here, but then we would have a doorway leading straight into a wall, and that's not allowed. So then I throw it back, and I pick another one. There are plenty to take from. And it's the same. Same situation. And it's the same. We are at a very difficult bend in the road. It's as if the maze is kind of shifting in front of us, if it is being built as we walk. And there's almost this force field that we cannot penetrate through. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of chits in this box. The maze can be very big or it can be very small. I mean, that's also about these games, right? They are very random. And as we talked about many times on the stream, random is also a great narrative generator. And Greg Costikyan, who did the Swords and Sorcery in 1978, which provided the lore for Citadel of Blood, he actually wrote a book called something like Uncertainty in Games or something, which was very much about how uncertainty and randomness, they can work as narrative engines in games. So, and that's of course because he grew up at the time where he grew up, where that was a much bigger part of games than it is today, where everything is much more controlled, and from where I stand, much less fun. So let's see if we finally, here finally we managed to find a passage that goes straight by the Medusa room. And we can enter and we can check for wandering monsters, and there are no wandering monsters. It's also almost as if this maze is sort of spiraling around itself. I don't know what it is with it. And we're just actually desperate to get into some rooms. So, because it's in the rooms where we'll find the mirrors, and it's the rooms where we'll find other stuff that we might need. Now, what happens here? It's another turn in the maze. And this time, it seems that, again, the corridor twists and turns. It really is this feeling that the maze is configuring itself as we walk. And I, get this scary kind of feeling that maybe the maze also changes behind us? That would be horrible. I mean, we should remember that Gislan, a shaman, he has a teleport spell. So it's gonna cost him 3 wound points to use it, but if he does so, he can transport himself or someone else or even a creature to some other place in the maze. So if we get lost, that might be our only way out. But he does not have enough magical power to transport the whole of the party out of here. Then someone would have to be left behind. But let's not hope it comes to that. Let's just continue down this corridor. And I mean, the maze also feels very alive because it's completely shifting under my fingers. Any wandering guys here? Nope. Again, not. So again, we're just walking on. I mean, there was this one Medusa that came out of the shadows. Elmira made her fall asleep, and then everything's been quiet since. But now we stand again in front of a room. And I mean, let's hope that this is not just an empty room with some horrible being in there, but let's hope this is a room that actually has something useful for us. I can also feel actually myself now becoming, less cautious. I'm kind of just walking ahead right now. Before it was like Gislan was carefully opening the door, he was ready with his lock spell and all this, but it's as if the maze is making me feel overconfident. I'm sure it's gonna bite me, but who knows? It's another corridor. Will this never end? It is really just an endless maze of corridors. Is there anyone here? I think now at this point we're almost starting to call out, or we're clapping or stamping our feet, listening to the echo to get a sense of where this whole thing might lead. And still there's nothing. There's nothing coming at us. What do they want? What do they want? But here again is a chance to head up north. And again, I have this instinctual feeling, which may be completely wrong, that that is where we're supposed to be headed. Something is calling from us. Perhaps we can almost hear the whisperings of that wight that we killed on the stairs down to level 2. This is the route his soul took. And that route his soul took will lead us to the Hellgate. Here comes another corridor. It's almost as if, it's a complete mess. I mean, that's also how you can see how this is built, right? This is just some random bullshit. Like, no one would build corridors like this. This is just the labyrinth inventing and reinventing itself. Perhaps it's a maze of death, not because of the creatures that lurk within it, but because it'll lead us so far in that we'll never be able to find our way out again when the maze shifts behind us. But let's see. Is anything here around the corner? We peek around the corner, still nothing. But there's a doorway to the right. And this time it's a wooden door with iron studs on it. And there is one of those little peek holes where you can shoot a piece of the door away and you can peek in. And we do that, but we can't see anything in there. But it's almost as if there is this faint breathing coming from in there. With a bit of trepidation, Gislan presses down the handle and opens the door. What does he find? Well, it's just an empty room. Is there a trap on the door? There's no trap on the door. We step into the room. It looks like the room where the Medusa was. And again, immediately we're checking the corners. Is there something in here? Is there? There is. Something is moving in here. That faint breathing that we heard was someone hiding in the shadows. Let's see who it was. It was an evil hero. So this is likely one of the people who ventured in here and to find the Hellgate, but was turned. You can see it in his eyes. Their whites have turned out, and he's have this rigid pose. And we can see that there is sort of lightning that's fizzling around his fingers, and he's chanting and moving his hand. He's preparing to cast a spell. Let's hope that we can do something before he gets to that. So how many hit points does he have? Oh my god, he has 12. Okay. So we now have a evil hero spellcaster in front of us. Let's see. I mean, we can't keep on trying to use sleep spells. And also, oh yeah, okay. So, oh no, okay. Sorry, I was a little bit quick there. So the evil hero, he doesn't actually, it's not an evil mage. So he just stands there and he has a sword. And that sword is how strong? It's plus 1d6. It's a +3. He has a magic sword, which awards him a +3. So he has 8 with a sword. Okay, so it's not as bad as I thought, because, you know, he cannot do massive spell damage. He can just chip at us a little bit. So let's just, you know, take him down as we know best, one at a time. Gislan starts out. And let's see. Gislan chips him down, just 1 point of damage. This is gonna be slow. This is gonna be a couple of rounds of battle here, I think. 11 with a sword. That's 2 more hits. It's pretty good, Almuric. And Rurik also swings his axe. Gets a 6, that's another point. Linfalas shoots his bow for 9, which is another hit. So, okay, we're getting at him pretty good. Elmira, she stands in the background. She doesn't have any ranged weapons, and she doesn't want to use the sleep spell, so she just stays there. And Silesia, she has a bow. She's not very good with it, but she shoots it anyway. And again, she doesn't hit anything. So right now, he's down to 7 wounds and 7 wound points. And let's see who he attacks. So I'll just roll a die, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the evil hero, he steps, of course, straight up to Almuric, who is his kind of counterpart. Almuric represents the good knight that the evil hero once was. And then he swings his sword, and he does 2 damage to Almuric. So Almuric is down from 8 to 6. And now we come again. So we vastly outnumber him, but still he does some damage. Gislan attacks. Oh, wow. A 12. That must be... It's still just 2, but still. He's down to 5. So we're chipping away. Almuric, can we finish him off? It would be great, but not with this effort. Almuric only hits him for 1 point of damage. And Rurik does a good strike, but it's still only 1 point. And then we have Linfalas. It's important that he makes a good shot with his bow here, but he doesn't really. It's just another point of damage. And again, Elmira stays in the background, and Silesia shoots her bow, and she doesn't hit. So we are sort of coming at him from all directions. Arrows are flying. We're swinging our swords and our axes, but still he hits back at us. And he is engaged with Almuric, and he's just gonna, I think, continue striking Almuric. And this time, luckily, he only chips a single point of damage to him. So Almuric is down to 5. He's taken a bit of a beating, and Gislan is gonna finish the evil hero off now. And with a 9, he almost finishes him off, and then Almuric must step forth and do the remainder, and he does. So there you have it. The evil hero crumbles before us, and he is carrying stuff. So let's see, he was at 10, 12 hit points. So that means that everyone gets 12 experience points. So everyone is now at 15. And you basically need 100 experience points in order to be able to level up. And also 100 gold. So there's quite a way still. But let's see what he has. He is a J, so he is a K. Oh, wow, okay. So basically, he is carrying around he's carrying a bag, but there's some kind of weird lock on it, or the way that the string is wrapped around the top of the bag. It looks kind of weird, and it's almost as if that string is kind of alive. So we just have to check to see if this is trapped or not. Will a trap spring? On a 1, 2, 3, there is a trap. And there is indeed a trap. So I think we're going to try to have Gislan open it, because he has a D-trap skill of 3. So if he can roll a 1, 2, or 3, he can basically go past that. Trap. So, but he doesn't. So he fumbles with the rope around this bag, and suddenly something happens. And what exactly happens? What is this trap that springs on him? Oh, there is a little ampule sitting there, and a poison gas immediately, as he removes the string, this poison gas, like a small cloud of it, just shoots up into his face. And he takes 3 points of damage. Oh my goodness. So Gislan just went down from 10 to 7 just by opening this bag. He just throws it to the ground. He's coughing, his lungs are hurting, he's standing, his tears are flowing out his eyes, he's coughing, he's throwing up, he's clutching his throat, he's clutching his stomach, he's in visible pain. But the bag also drops heavy on the floor, and there is the sound of something in there. So Silesia, the druid, goes over to comfort Gislan, while the others, they open the bag and look at what they find. Yeah, Swordvender asks, 100 XP and 100 gold to level up. How is that ever supposed to happen? Well, it may happen if we go down to level 3, I think. And also now, I mean, we will find a little more, but yeah, it's not a game that, you know, just gives and gives and gives. You have to work for it here. So let's see what's in this chest. He was a J, so that's a K. So for example, now we're gonna find quite a bit of gold, I think. 420. We're gonna find 80 gold pieces. It's pretty good. So what is can divide them? What is 80 divided by 6? That is 13, and a couple more for Gislan for taking that poison gas in the face. So he's at 16. And the others are at 14. So now everyone is getting paid. Even Rurik the Squire has 13 gold pieces. So, you know, it pays to be patient, is what he's getting from this. And let's see if there's also any jewels in this bag. Oh, there's no jewels. There's just all this gold, these 80 gold pieces that we just distributed. How about magic items? Oh yeah, there's something in there. There's something more. There's a single thing in there that we pull out of the bag. And it is... oh. It's a type of... it's a little piece of armor. It is just this little thing that you can stretch across your chest and tie with a few strings, but it's made of this hardened leather that you cannot really cut through. So it's really powerful armor. And what it's gonna do is that it's basically gonna beef up the hit points of whoever is wearing it. And I think that since Elmira is the one who has the ability to close the Hellgate, we should probably give it to her, because that means that she can get back to her 7 wound points, so she's at full strength, and then just not take this armor off, but just keep it on. So I'll just say here, she has like a leather chest armor, which gives her 2 wound points. Right. There we have it. All right. So that was quite a lot. He was carrying around a lot of gold pieces, and he was also carrying around this leather armor, which, you know, was probably also what made him so powerful as he was. But again, being alone, he wasn't really too much of a match for us. Actually, his poison bag was worse than he was to us, I think. So yeah, that was something. I mean, I feel a little more resistance here and there. It's nice that we found the armor. We like to find perhaps something more. It would be great if you could find some clues on how to close the Hellgate, for example. But yeah, I don't know that is even possible. But I hope that you are starting to sort of get a taste of what this game is like. So what I'm doing here is kind of what you do, you know, over and over again as you move through the dungeon. You explore, you have these fights, you get equipment, you get gold, you level up, and you're trying to get closer and closer to the final showdown with the Hellgate. So that is pretty much this game. And again, of course, what makes it extra spicy is the randomness of how this maze unfolds. I think that is basically the one thing that really sells the game, is these ever-changing maze. And again, of course, look at it in this historical perspective and see, like, for example, the party formation here, which is such a RPG trope that is then here in the game, and it doesn't really have a lot of effect in the game, but I also like that about it, that it's kept super simple. You might say that the combat system is a little bit too simple. Yeah, I think you could spice it up, and I know that people have made fan expansion for this game and done all sorts of things, but I kind of want to give you the vanilla version of it to give you really a sense of what was it that this game brought to the table in 1980 when it first came out. And this was what got people ridiculously excited about dungeon crawlers. And I can understand why. I mean, I can absolutely understand why. So let's press on. into another room or another dungeon or another corridor or whatever. We leave the corpse of the evil hero behind, unceremoniously buried, as we press on through the dungeon. And again, we are passing through a little narrow passageway, and we end in a corridor. We're getting further and further away from the stairs. I'm almost wondering if we'll get so far that we'll eventually end up on the 3rd level, even though we know the mirror to be on the 2nd level. But perhaps it's not that easy, you know. And you can clearly see how level 1 was such a tease. Very little resistance. And now the big, long, hard journey through the castle really begins. So I think you can lean back in your chairs. You can go out and make yourself another cup of tea or grab another beer and just chill out, because I think we're going to be a while, you know, but I'm going to press on. All right, let's head north, ever north. That's my only dictum in this game, apparently. Just go north. And again, another twist in the tale, another turn of the corridor, and another doorway leading into a room. Is there anything in this corridor? There's nothing. It's empty. So as we peer into the darkness of the corridor and make sure that nothing is coming from behind, we turn and we go through this open doorway. There is no door here. We just walk through under the arches into the room on the other side. Let's see what it is. It's a dead end. It's a dead end room. And one even wonders why it is empty. Or is it empty? Is there any trap as we walk past it? There is. Suddenly, a trap springs on us. And now, I think Gislan, he took it pretty hard before. So I think we're gonna have Rurik, the squire, who is also knows how to remove traps, though he's not as experienced as Gislan, but Gislan's experience didn't help him before. So Rurik, he's gonna try to detrap this thing. I need to roll a 1 here on D6, but let's see. Look at this. I mean, look at this. Rurik, he just steps up, and as you see, like this big gate that starts moving down, he just grabs his axe and puts it between the ground and the gate and holds it up until the mechanism releases and it collapses to the floor for no real effect, and we step into the room. Pretty good one. Pretty good. So now we're in this room. So it's kind of a throne room. There are steps at the end of it leading up to a pedestal, and there is a big empty throne, but it's completely unornamented. It's just like hewn into the rock, very crudely. And there is nothing there. There is just this air or sense that something was once there. We don't know. There's a lingering shadow, a sense of dread. But other than that, perhaps once someone sat there. Perhaps there was a massive statue there. But it's no longer there. Almost this feeling that maybe even this statue of this giant who must have sat on this throne might have come to life and is wandering the corridor somewhere. Again, it feels so elusive. Where is this Hellgate? Where is Where is the mirror? Where is the stairs? Why are we just wandering around endlessly in these corridors? There must be a way out. There must be. So we head back into the corridor where we were, and again it's empty, and we just continue down the passageway as before, heading west. It's a straight passageway leading further and further into the Citadel. Remember, it's completely dark here, and there's really no other sound than the echo of our footsteps and the flickering of the flames in our torches as we walk down the corridor. And suddenly, something steps out in front of us. In the corridor. It is a group of 3 wraiths, 3 ghostly beings hovering just above the floor and being made almost out of mist, as if they were wearing like very thin muslin nightgowns just trailing into the shadows. They're flowing there, and their mouths open wide, way too wide, much wider than is anatomically possible, and a horrible howling comes out of them. Okay. Let's see here. 3 wraiths. So they stand here, and they have like variable hit points. So let's see how many hit points they have from left to right. 8. Let's hope they don't all have 8 hit points, because that's going to be tough. And, oh, it's actually not 8, it's actually 10, because we're on level 2. And this one is 5, this one is 6. And, oops, wrong die. This one's 6. And, oh, this one is also 10. Okay, so we're up against some pretty fearsome guys here. I don't think they'll be able to really do a lot of damage, but the question is that we may have to face them for multiple rounds, which is never nice. So let's see. Is there anything else we can do? Or should we just... I almost feel like, I don't know, making some changes. So let's take a round of battle and then see if anyone gets hurt too bad. We might change something around. So Gislan, he starts as always. He's facing the first of these howling demons. Right here is the battle. And he gives 1 sad wound, so it goes from 10 to 9. This is gonna be a slog. Oh my god. Almuric, 10 with a sword. Is that at least 2? It is. So Almuric, he shows the way forward. And then Rurik, the squire, he does a terrible effort with his axe and doesn't hit anything. What a waste. So Linfalas takes his bow, and he feels that Almuric was pretty severely wounded by the evil hero before. So Linfalas, from over here, he takes his arrow and he shoots it right at that wraith. And whoops. That is a 12, so that's 2 points of damage. Yeah, let's see if we can try to take this one out. Though that actually may spell terrible misfortune for him. But, Jesus, we'll see that in a moment. I mean, Elmira just regained her strength. She should try to make one of them just go to sleep again. Now she got that armor. I think so. I think that it looks like Rurik. I mean, he's just standing there with his axe, and he's just hitting nothing, and sparks are flying everywhere, and this wraith is just curling around him. So Elmira, she tries to get eye contact with this wraith and send a sleep spell at it. So she takes 2 damage in order to send the spell, and let's see if this wraith is capable of resisting it. It has a very poor resistance value of just 1, and it's not. So this wraith just immediately falls asleep, and let's see, it had 10 wounds. It's important to remember. Yeah, I think that's it. And then the wraiths, they strike back. Let's just see. It's a +1. It's a die +4. It's a 10. Okay, so it's just 6. Okay, so 1 wound to Gislan, he's down to 6. The other one strikes at Murik. Yeah, they're engaged. Let's say they're engaged. Ooh, that was horrible. A 5, is that enough to do? Oh, that's not even enough to do anything. So it failed horribly. That is good for us, because now we can actually make changes to our formation if we want to. I don't actually know that we want, but we really need... Yeah, maybe I think we're going to change up here. So Almuric disengages with the Wraith and sends his Squire in. Well, I think it's not Almuric who chooses to do that, but the Squire see that his master is in danger, so he steps in front of him and takes the blow and has Almuric play backup instead. We fight. Gislan swings his axe. It's a majestic blow. It's still only 2, but okay. It's still really a majestic blow. And then Rurik, the Squire, I just have to rearrange the cards like that. He steps forth and he swings his axe, and he does manage to chip 1 life point away. And Almuric, he can attack diagonally, and he does that for 10, which is, anyway, more than enough. And he manages to kill off this Wraith, which had, I think, only 6 life points, So that's pretty good. Again, Linfalas, he shoots his bow. It's not a very good shot, but it does take away a point of damage. Elmira is considering a sleep spell, but she's no. I mean, these are easy peasy. We're going to take them on. Silesia shoots her bow from the back. And look at that. She actually manages to hit the Wraith. And the Wraith now stands there, and again the Wraith attacks Gislan. Strikes back at him, and it managed to do an 8, which is another point of damage. So Gislan has now lost half his health. Perhaps we need to heal him soon. But first he returns the blow with great anger and might and takes another 2 hit points off the Wraith. The Squire, still fighting for his knight, Almuric, does another point of damage, and Almuric raises his sword, goes in for the kill. Can he do it? He absolutely can. And with a 11, he takes the last 2 points of damage from this Wraith, and it is dead. All right, so that was a lengthy and harrowing battle, and we took some wounds, and you can kind of see, this is a slow grinding game, so we don't lose a lot of damage, but all the time we lose some. And if we don't start finding something soon, it'll just slowly wear our damage down to, the point that we'll not be able to confront the Hellgate, basically, at the end when we come to it. So the more damage we take, the more difficult it becomes for us. And every time they're just chipping away at us. It's death by 1,000 cuts, this game, It's no fierce strike to the blow. It's really just slowly wearing you down. It's dungeon attrition. Dungeon attrition, the game. All right, so I hope you're still hanging in there. We're gonna see, we're gonna get a lot of experience points now because we just actually did pretty well. And these guys have a total of 12, 18, 28. So everyone gets 28 experience points, which means that everyone is now at 43. So yeah, closing in on the 100. Not bad at all. And these wraiths, do wraiths carry a lot of treasure? I don't really know. They are on I. Oh my goodness. They all carry basic. They all carry these weird little chests as their howling ghosts flee down the corridor as we land the final blows. They leave behind 3 little chests that are sitting there in front of us. And 2 of them are trapped and 1 isn't. So now the question is, who opens which chest? I think Rurik, he just proved that he knows how to disarm a trap. So he's definitely going to open a chest. And I mean, Gislan, he's wounded, but he's the only other one who knows how to de-trap, how to disarm traps. So he is also going to open one. And then, Almuric can just take the last one. That'll be fine. So first we'll have to see if they manage to disarm these traps. Gislan, he needs 1 through 3, and he fails. Oh my goodness. It's like, it's our greed that's getting to us, right? This idea that we're so desperate to get at this treasure, we can't even buy anything down here. We just want to haul treasure back. And every time we take treasure, the treasure, it has traps on it, and we're hurting from it. I mean, this is kind of what greed does to you. And this is also, of course, in the vein of these really old school RPG systems where the way you leveled up was getting experience points, and gold actually equaled experience points. So getting money was also getting experience in some weird way. So if you just, got lucky and stumbled on a lot of money, you'd get a lot of experience and you'd become, you'd raise in the levels. And this, of course, also shows something about the system behind this game, like the subtle political ideology here about these early RPGs. There's a very sort of free market capitalism. Let's go grab a lot of golden experience points, and the one who gets the most is the one who'll be most successful. And I also wonder, actually, looking at the pieces here, we see all the heroes are blue and all the baddies are red. And I guess if we think in a 1980s context, that's also pretty clear what's going on here. This is the, it's the free world against those socialist miscreants. But all that is just, unfortunate reality seeping into this otherwise purely fantastical game. So, a trap was sprung on Gislan. I mean, this would be such a sad thing to just see my party succumb to traps on treasure chests. It would also, I guess, be beautiful in the sense that we came here to rid the world of the Hillgate, but we died of our own greed. What's up with you, Shaman Gislan? it's another poison gas that springs on him. So again, he's so unfortunate. He just attracts these gases. And again, it takes 3 wounds off of him. He's down to 2 wounds. He's lying on the floor, gagging, almost suffocating. His throat is so contracted he can hardly breathe, and we need to send Silesia over and heal him right away. So Silesia, she steps forth and she puts her healing druid hand on him, and she cures 4 of his points wounds, so he's back up to 6 wound points. But she just spent one of her 4 cure spells, and it also drained 1 life point from her. So she lost 1, but she gave 4 out. That was decent. That was horrible. Now, Rurik, he's also going to try to disarm a chest, and he also completely fumbles it. And his chest has an explosion of flaming oil. As he opens it, he just sees that little hint of a little spark flying, and then immediately something ignites right up in his face. Let's see how bad this flaming oil is. Where is the flaming oil? Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, okay. It's not too bad. It's just a minor burn, and he takes 1 point of damage. So he's down to 5. So basically the status is right now, Gislan is down from 10 to 6. Rurik is down from 6 to 5. Almuric is down from 8 to 5. Linfalas is still his full 9. Elmira is down from 7 to 5. Silesia is down from 6 to 5. So again, it's a slow grind, but something is happening. Now, the question is, what's in these chests? Okay. Well, there's certainly gold. There are 40 gold pieces to be distributed among these 6 guys. So that's 6 apiece and 7 for 4 of them. So 7, 7, 7, 7, and then 6 for Rurik and 6 for Elmira. They're kind of last in line, unfortunately. Oh, and that was only one of the chests. There are, of course, 2 more. Okay, could have done this at the same time. So that's 120 more divided among 6. So that's 20 each. So, I mean, yeah. We are getting some gold. We're around 40 gold and 40 experience points for all of them. And let's see if there are any jewels in any of these chests. Jewels are a bit of a nightmare, because if there are jewels, you also have to find out how much each jewel is worth. So, yeah, this is a lot of dice rolling. 11. Oh no, not 11. But that means that there are jewels in 2 of the chests. And there are altogether 4 jewels. And these 4 jewels, they are... Oh, it's different. Let's see how much these jewels are worth. So there's one jewel that's worth 20, there's one that's worth 35, and there's one that's worth 75. So I think, again, Almuric, being the annoying knight that he is, he just grabs the most expensive jewel, 75. Gislan will suddenly get the next one, That's worth 35. And then the final one that's only worth 20 is... Well, it should probably go to Linfalas, the ranger. He's also doing a good job with his bow in the background. So, there we have it. All right. Let's soldier on. So, yeah, let's just soldier on. I'm gonna do a few more corridors and rooms, and then I'm probably gonna take a little break. And yeah, be back for more. Let's see. We're continuing down the corridor. Oops. Ooh. There are rooms on both sides of this corridor. Is there anyone in the corridor? There's not. There's a southern room and a northern room, and again, following our usual trajectory north, we're gonna go through the passageway to the north and see if there's a room or if there's just a passageway on the other side of that corridor. And there is indeed a room. The passageway opens up into a wider room, and then it narrows again on the other end. It's almost like we're walking into a natural cave with an exit at each end. And as we walk in, we look up, waiting for something to come down on our heads, but nothing happens. There's no trap in here. And there aren't any creatures in here. We go around and check all the walls for secret passages or anything hidden there, but there's just nothing. It basically just seems to be a natural cave that we're passing through. And it's very damp in here, and we can just hear that sound of dripping, but we cannot find the water anywhere. And it reminds us of our thirst. We step out of the cave and comes into almost like another part of this level. Corridors that are hewn from a different kind of rock, and we cannot really make sense of it, as if the rock has changed the deeper we have moved in under the citadel. And again, it's just empty. We see now torches being set in the walls, as if we moved through this perhaps older part of the dungeon that was excavated, and we're coming into something that looks a little more exclusive, I would say. Almost lived in. Let's see if we're right about that as we head further west down these sort of more bright and polished corridors. It seems almost slightly official, and don't go very far before there is a change in the corridor, and we can hear the sound of footsteps as we near the corner, and we stop to check if it's just the echo of our own boots or if someone is coming towards us. But no, it seems it was just the echo of our own boots that frightened us. So we turn the corner and we head further north. And again, it just twists and turns, and it has this inviting feel, like it's this sort of beautiful, carved, polished up stone walls with little inserts and little niches to hold candles and little bits and pieces you could decorate it. Like there's a candlestick in one, and there's like a book holder in another. It's so inviting, but still so dead. But then, as we turn the corner, suddenly it's not our own footsteps anymore. Perhaps also it wasn't before, but it's because the corridor turns again. So the echo is completely confusing in here, but something is definitely here. And what is here is... That was one. Ooh. Well, lost a die there. 4. Okay. So what we have here is a pack of 5 dire wolves. And imagine turning the corner and just the sound of these soft paws with these giant claws on them scratching against this almost like marble-like smooth surface, and they just come running at us. 5 dire wolves. Oh, okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do they have? Oh my goodness, but they're kind of nothing. There's just many of them, but they're just kind of nothing. +3, so this one has 4. It's one that has 4 hit points. Let's do it like this. It's 4. And this one also has 4. And this one has 5. This one has 5. This one has 6. So this is how they're situated. Okay. So the wolves are coming right at us. There's no negotiating our way out of this situation. And we just immediately start fighting. Gislan desperately swings his axe. And this, again, yeah, they're not so dangerous, but there's just a lot of them. So 9 is 1 hit to this first one. And Rurik the Squire also deals a point of damage. Almeric with his sword also deals a point of damage. I kind of feel that we should have gotten something more powerful to fight with here. So we cannot even hit dire wolves at the far end yet. We'll have to wait for that. And yeah, they're horrible. They're relentless. Okay. So then Linfalis, he shoots his bow, and I think he shoots the bow at the one in front of Almeric, trying to protect the knight here. It's not like a very good shot, but he still does a point of damage. Elmira certainly is not going to cast any kind of sleep, and Silesia is not going to heal. I wish we had like a kind of spell that could hit multiple at once, but that would be an explosion spell, but that also hurts ourselves, and we don't even have it, so there's no point thinking about that. The direwolves are coming at us. Can they even really hurt us? They can only hurt us on a 4 to 6, so Gislan unfortunately takes a point of damage. He's bitten in the arm by a direwolf. Another one jumps up and takes a bit of flesh out of Rurik's left underarm. Almeric, he stays his ground. And again, the initiative is back to us. Gislan swings his axe, and he strikes it for 2 points of damage, but it's still not dead, and that is what's so frustrating. And Rurik also swings his axe. It's a 6. It's still just a single point of damage. Oh, this is just slow chipping away. Almeric with his sword is just another 1 point of damage. So I think that Linfalis is going to try to take that wolf out that's snapping at Gislan. Gotta save our shaman here. And he does hit it with 10, which is still just a single point of damage, but it's enough to take it out. So this dire wolf is dead, which leaves a gaps in their rank, which they'll have to fill. And then Silesia with her bow, she shoots at the wolf right in front of Rurik, the squire, trying to save the squire and not the knight, which is an interesting dynamic here, I think. But I don't think she really cares about rank. She's just out to do good and to help. So of course, she's trying to save the young squire. And she does actually do a point of damage, but unfortunately the wolf is still alive. So, what now? Well, we can reorganize if we want to, but I don't think we actually really want to. I think we're fine, aren't we? Yeah, I think we're fine. But this one wolf jumps forward and fills the gap, and it just comes at Gislan again. And again, it takes a piece out of him. Oh my goodness. He is taking so much damage, the shaman, from wounds and from traps, and it's like the whole world is out to get him. And it also, Rurik, these wolves, this starts reminding me of Barbarian Prince and Death by Wolves. What is happening? And a third wolf is at Almuric's throat. They all did damage. What's happening? I mean, it is these I think are the Dark Lord's like private army of dire wolves. They're so well groomed, they're so aggressive, and they're so coordinated in their attack. And we're basically fighting for our lives here. I got these giant beasts. So Gislan swings his axe, and he manages to just do 2 points of damage. Finally, he gets a proper blow in. Rurik also swings his axe, and he manages to finish this other wolf. This is great. And then Almuric, he also swings his sword. Can he do it away with it? 7, 9. Damn it, he needed one more to do away with it. So it's still there. But I think Linfalas can kill off that wolf. That would be great, because yeah, he kills off this one. This is perfect. Because basically it means that they'll not be able to strike back. Only one will strike back. But first Silacia even shoots an arrow at it, and it's a 4, and it's a complete miss. So this one dire wolf, again, it jumps up and bites at Gislan, and again, my goodness, he's taking serious damage here. And then this other wolf just runs, and let's see who it engages. 1, 2, 3 is Rorik. It engages Almaric. Of course, it goes after the knight. Fuck. Okay. Gislan strikes at this wolf. He's at his most fierce. It takes serious damage, and we basically now need Rurik to step up and do away with it. So instead of going in and protecting his knight, the squire turns and sees the shaman in dire danger, and he immediately hits with his axe. And look at that. Like a perfect strike. Kills this dire wolf immediately. And then Almuric, facing off with another, the strongest, the leader of the pack, he steps up with his sword and he strikes it for 2 points of damage. Linfalas puts another arrow on his bow, and there again, he hits it for 1 point of damage. And another arrow comes flying over from Silacia. She's a little bit far off, but she makes a very decent shot, and she hits it. And again, I think its last chance to do any damage. It jumps up at the throat of Almuric, and it again. They have been so tough, these wolves. They have drained us for so much damage. And now, what actually happens is that this moves to the center. It's damaged, and No, I guess if it was here, I guess it just stays and then they can't hit. Yeah, I guess this is it. So it moves there. But then I think Gislan, he changed places with the squire, so he moves over. So the shaman and the knight stand shoulder by shoulder, and now they kill it. I mean, they have to kill it now. And look, in one fell blow, the dire wolf goes down and it lies dead. But holy crap, that was something. We lost a lot of blood. We really, really lost a lot of blood. Whew. Okay. This is tough going. I feel like a sports commentator here in these battles. They're so protracted and intense in a very sort of slow, attrition-like fashion. Let's see if any of these wolves have like little leather bags tied around their necks with coins in them. Some of them may have. Yeah, I think they all have. And we also get experience points. We get 10, 19, 23 experience points each. That was pretty good, but it was also a tough battle. It really was a tough battle. Perhaps one of the toughest, even though, just because there were so many of them. Yeah, and then there is gold. And how much gold is there? It's basically just this. Okay, so that's not a lot. 12, 15, 18, so that's 3 gold pieces each. Yeah. We're not getting rich fast. But, okay. 3. Oh, should be this. This. All right. So those were the dire wolves. So, Swordman says, I was out adventuring for a bit. What did I miss? Well, I think the main thing you missed just now was a really horrible and enervating fight with a pack of dire wolves. You can see we've passed through a natural cave, and on the other side, the maze has completely changed. We're now in these sort of more polished, more well-lit corridors with little niches and decorations and very smooth floors, very well carved. We're clearly in something that looks much more like living quarters. This seems to be a newer or later addition to this underground passages. So I have this feeling that I don't know how it works with this self-organizing maze, but we've certainly gone past some of the cruder and darker parts of it, and we're now into something that smells more like money and power and magic. And yeah, maybe that's why they're so smooth, these walls. Maybe they were magically carved, not carved by human hands. And then just as we got in there, we were basically charged by a pack of dire wolves that gave us so much damage that we got some seriously wounded people, and we actually have to start healing again. But we only have 3 heal spells left, and Silesia also takes damage herself every time she heals. So it's a question of who can we heal, right? I think maybe we'll have, I don't know, maybe Linphalas will have to step forth. He's really good with his bow in the background. Yeah. I just wonder, it's tough to say it, but with only 3 heal spells left and all our front guys down to 3 hit points after being completely mauled by these wolves, I'm not sure that I can really heal the squire. I think he may have to fend for himself. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast a heal spell both on the shaman, on Gislan, and on the knight Almuric. So that's also going to take 2 life points away from Silesia. She's now down to 3, and we only have 1 heal spell left. So let's see how much they heal. It's 1d3 plus 1. So Gisland, oops. Oh, he heals 4 points. This was very important. It's still only up to 7 out of 10, but it's a lot better than 3. And how about Elmuric? Elmuric heals 3 points, so he heals from 3 up to 6. I feel really bad about having Rurik in the front row. But I think Rurik is also stubborn, and he's like, I'm gonna stay by the side of my knight. It has already been a long journey, and we've faced many dangers, many traps. We've also won treasure and experience points. And I think that we have entered now close into the chambers of the Dark Lord. But before we venture further, I just want to show you another game from the same era that I've also been contemplating playing on stream, and which I may do, but now I wanted to start out with Citadel of Blood, because it has this very board gamey feel to it that I really like. But what I want to show you is basically something fantastically entitled The Fantasy Trip. And this is a micro game that came out in 1977. So that would be 3 years before Citadel of Blood. And it was created by Steve Jackson, not the Steve Jackson from Games Workshop in the UK, but the American Steve Jackson who founded Steve Jackson Games. And it's really just a combat system. And you can see here, this is the whole game. It also only costs $2.95. And I just love that title, The Fantasy Trip. How cool is that? And then you can see here, there is a counter sheet in the game. So these are the counters that you'll be cutting out. They have various sizes. I think there are giants or something in the top, and there's a bear and a snake and all that. And then out here on the side, I don't know if you can see it, perhaps we'll take it a little further, you can see weapons, images of weapons. Those are, of course, weapons that you can drop during combat, and they'll land up somewhere in a square, and other people can pick them up or whatever. And the whole system basically is just the map is like an arena where the battle takes place. So you have these smaller hexes within larger hexes, with very ingeniously are used for range combat. So you can do range combat across multiple of these larger hexes. It's quite a neat system. When you read through the rules, it's extremely clean. It's one of the cleanest rule system that I read, I think. It's very sort of straightforward, and with plenty of interesting detail without, going completely overboard. It's manageable, but it's also just a combat system. It's just a system for having fantasy fights, and that's all. And that's great. Of course, you have your weapons, you have your swords, you have some different character types that you can play, and you can slug it out here, set up different groups of characters and play with them. And then, of course, you can name your characters, you can give them background, and the game sort of encourages that. And the year after, in 1978, another game came out, which was, again, in the Fantasy Trip series. But this time, it was not melee, but wizard. And as you can imagine, this expansion adds magic into the same game. And now you can look at the pieces here. Look at this. Here comes new pieces for your campaign. All sorts of crazy sorcerers, and also this humongous dragon up there at the top that you can enter and fight with. So, and this adds, I will say, several levels more of complexity, not least because there are a shit ton of spells in this expansion. So, if you can, I don't know how best to demonstrate it, but basically all the text you see here are just all different kinds of spells. All different kinds of spells to choose from. This is the spell table that begins here, and the rest of the book here is just all these spells. And they all have their own, workings, and they can be used in different ways, and of course make the game sort of super dramatic and dynamic and interesting in many ways. But I'm sure it also makes it very sort of confounding, and you can probably always find a spell that can do something crazy. And so again we have a map, and it's basically the same map as in Melee, but it's just bigger, for the same thing. So now you can have even bigger arena combat with both hand-to-hand weapons and wizards. So you might say to yourself, what do we actually need anything more now that we have the hand-to-hand combat and we have magic combat? Everything is taken care of, so there's nothing we need, right? The only thing we need, of course, is a story. And this is where MicroQuest 1 comes in, also from 1978, the same year that Wizard was published, which is the first story in the Fantasy Trip series. And it is actually not so different from Citadel of Blood in the sense that it's called the Death Test. And it's basically, the idea is that it is a maze full of horrible creatures where wannabe heroes are sent in to complete the test, which basically is to survive this maze. And if they do, then they are awarded a place in the Royal Guard, or they are allowed to take on some special quests or something. But at least here you have a narrative, and then you have a paragraph system, like in the old fantasy, fighting fantasy books, where, let me see here, it's not super detailed, but it's there. You have paragraph entries that you can read, and you can either have a game master who does it, or you can do it for yourself. And then when you have battle situations like you see here, you can play both sides, or you can have someone else play the other side as you want. But this is basically a choose your own adventure book with this whole combat system added onto it. So, a much more involved combat system than in pretty much any other choose your own adventure book that you'll find out there. So I'm very intrigued to try Death Test, but I think I'll have to practice a little more on the combat system, because it's quite involved, and especially if I'll be solo streaming and having to play both sides, I really need to know also the spell system and everything. But it may be upcoming. But these are very early fantasy combat systems with choose your own adventure components in them. I mean, how cool is that? This is like 77, 78. It's basically the birth of the genre. The only earlier choose your own adventure game is the Buffalo Castle, which was the first solo adventure made for the Tunnels and Trolls role-playing game, which came out in 75, just a year after Dungeons and Dragons came out in 74. And the author of that game, he actually played a game of Dungeons and Dragons just when it came out in Austin, Texas, and he played it and said, Jesus, this crap, it's way too complicated, I can do this much simpler. And then he went on to do Tunnels and Trolls. So, already in the first year of Dungeons & Dragons' existence, there was this guy who thought it was crap and overcomplicated and made his own simpler version. And because he also wanted to make it possible for players to play this game solo without a game master, he basically invented the whole choose-your-own adventure genre in 1975. There had been choose-your-own adventure-style books before, but Buffalo Castle is the first choose your own adventure scenario with an added sort of combat system, basically, or character progression system. So you really combine narrative rules for choosing your own direction through a story with a system of character creation and skills and abilities and spells and upgrades and put it together. And that's in 1975. So you can see, like, from 1975 to 1980, where we're playing today, so much happened. The whole genre of fantasy gaming was born within those 5 years. And that's why I think it's so fantastic to just dive into it and really, instead of just talking about these old treasures, then really try to play with them. Try to find out what were they like. And, that's what we're doing now. And, I'm having a blast playing Citadel of Blood with all its, flaws and problems and everything. But this, you can just see the potential. It just screams potential, this system, right? You might want to develop it in different directions that you see here, but it's so full of innovation, and no one had done this before, really, right? All this is new. Today it may look dated, or you might think that it's, doing a modular dungeon, that was like, so done. Like, who would even think about that? But yeah, when no one had really done it, this is so fresh. It really, really is. Swordbender says, fantasy trip wizard is what I want written on my tombstone. You know, I'll take a note, and should you pass before me, which I deem highly unlikely, I will make sure to fulfill your wish. Cheers, and thanks for watching along, and get ready to return to the Citadel of Blood. So, where were we? In the marble halls on level 2 of the Citadel of Blood, Maze of Death. Let's press forward. Gislan and Almuric, our 2 heroes, has been healed. The squire is bleeding badly, but he's telling Silesia, who actually wants to heal him, like she also covered for him before when he was attacked. But he's like, no, save that last healing spell for my master, Almuric. And to Almuric, Rurik is just pretending that he's all right. But everyone walking behind him can see that Rurik is not all right. Will Rurik be all right? Okay. We head on further down the corridor. Again, look at that. Look at it. It's ramping up now. Something's coming at us again. What's that sound? Who is that coming down that corridor? We see the shadows, and suddenly they're right in front of us. What is it? Oh my goodness, it's a Minotaur. Yeah, I know this is a very undramatic pause, but I am looking for the Minotaur. It is over here somewhere in my stack of creatures. I'll be back. Found it. So, as befits any good labyrinth, a Minotaur. The quintessential opposition in a labyrinth is the Minotaur. And here is the Minotaur. It looks pretty fierce. It has a combat value of 10. And it has 2d6 plus 6 hit points. No, it has a combat value of 11 because we're on... Oh! We got so lucky. It's a kind of weak Minotaur. I think this is a Minotaur that is actually wounded. It has been fighting with something larger than itself somewhere deeper within these caves. So it's not that it's a walk in the park. It still has 9 hit points, but it could have been a lot stronger and a lot more fierce. But that's probably good for us because we are wounded and we really don't need to fight a strong Minotaur right now. And we could try to negotiate with it, or because it's wounded, I guess, and just, let it go past us. But I know that these Minotaurs, they tend also to carry great treasure. And should we fail in calming it down, it gets to attack first. And I really want to see if we can somehow take this out in one fell swoop before it hits back at us. I don't think we can unless we seriously hurt ourselves, but let's see what we can do. Gislan, swing your axe, do your worst as you always do. Come on. is so good. Yes, baby. 2 hits on the Minotaur. It's bleeding profusely. Rurik stepped forward. The squire. Yes, look at that. And Almuric, proud of his squire's bravery, lifts his sword and like a weak blow. He's like almost hitting the Minotaur with the side of his sword, not doing any real damage. Linfalas put an arrow on his string and he lets fly. And it takes another hit off of him. So we're almost there. Silesia, she can also just shoot her bow. Can she do anything? Nah, doesn't hit. Yeah. No, I think we'll just have to let the Minotaur give us a beating because I can't. I mean, Elmira could try a sleep spell on it, but it would bring her down to 3 hit points and we have 1 cure left. So I don't think it's going to work. Let's see. The Minotaur moves its big bullish head back and forth, and you can just see steam coming out of its nostrils as it decides who it's gonna attack. And it turns to Almuric and engages him. Big Knight. It's like these creatures, they know they're knights, right? They know those knights out to gain treasure and rescue princesses and kill dragons and all that, and they want to take him down. That's where the prestige is for a big Minotaur. Let's see if it has any strength left in its body. I think this is all. I don't think it's going to do any more damage than this. That's the best part of it. And look how weak it is. Yeah. It's... we're lucky here. It does a single point of damage. I'm forgetting that Almuric, he can charm. He does take a lot of damage, but it might make sense. Healed Almuric might make sense as a charmer. Well, anyway. This was down to 4. And it started at 9. Yes, down to 4. So, again, Gislan can swing his axe. And it's a 10. I think that's enough for... I mean, Gislan, he is really doing serious damage with that axe. And Almuric, again, another weak... Oh, sorry, it was Rurik, so it was only 2 points of damage. We should have... Yeah, okay. I'm really not a cheater in games, but I think that I have forgotten to move... I have moved the pieces here, but I haven't moved my cards. So that's why I'm playing it wrong. There you go. The Minotaur is down to 1, and Linfalas, with a single arrow over the head of Almuric, lays the Minotaur dead. There you go. And it has, let's just see. 9, so there's 9 experience points for each of them, which they put them all at 75. They're still not at 100, so you really don't get to 100 for nothing. That's for certain. And then, what kind of treasure does this Minotaur have? I hope that it has something valuable. It potentially has that for sure, but it's another chest. Is it trapped? Yes. There's a trap on the chest. Who dares open the Minotaur's? It's carrying slung on its back in a leather string a wooden chest. And there's a keyhole, but no key. And you can kind of pick that key, pick that lock, but there's a trap in it. I mean, Gislan, he's the most efficient at doing it, but we really need his strength. So I think it's just... Shit. I think Rurik The squire, he volunteers, but Almuric says no. Don't do it. You're too weak. Let Gislan handle it. And Gislan handles it. If something goes wrong, we still have a heal spell. And Gislan, he can disarm it on a 1 through 3. Let's try. Look at that. He disarms the chest. Perfect. Finally, he's beginning to figure out how these locks works down here. And yeah, then we get gold. 60 gold pieces only. That was not a lot. That was not a lot at all. I feel like this dungeon here is a bit stingy. How about jewels? Are there any jewels in this chest? There are. How many? 1. So there's a jewel, and it's worth 20 gold. Let's give it to Gislan because he disarmed the chest. How about magic items? I mean, that's what we really want, right? Come on. 1 through 3 and there's a magic item or more. This game, it's punishing us. We just killed a Minotaur. Okay, a wounded Minotaur, but still. Like... Okay. Off you go. Off you go. Back with the Minotaur. Okay. So, that Minotaur, I wonder if it came from this room or through this narrow passageway here right above us. I think it did. It came out there wounded. Is something in there that's more fierce than the Minotaur? Let's find out. What is this? What is this? I need to check my list of icons here because I actually have no idea what this is. It's an altar. It's an altar. Oh my god, it's starting to happen. Can you feel it? Okay, first let's check if the altar room is trapped. It is not. Then let's check if anyone's in there. I mean, there was a Minotaur that came out of there. Was the Minotaur doing some kind of ritual? Or was it being sacrificed? What was happening in there? There is someone in here. Uh-oh. Who is it? It's a chimera. A weird, mythical, composite beast that I'll do my utmost to find in my monster stack. All right, got it. You want to see it? Here it is. Chimera. 7 combat value, 8 because we're on level 2, and 2 dice plus 4 hit points because we're on level 2. And the Chimera is standing on the altar stone, and it opens up its wings so they almost touch the ceiling of the room, and you can see its talons dripping with blood from the wounds that it gave the Minosaur. It was feasting on the Minosaur on the altar when it was disturbed by you and the battle with the direwolves outside. And the Minotaur got away, and now it sits there unfulfilled with rage, looking at you, you who disturbed the sacrifice to the Dark Lord. Let's see how many hit points that rage gives it. Oh! These puny creatures, I think this Minotaur must really have lunged back at the Chimera. Since it it is so weakened. So some of that blood dripping from its talons may also actually be its own blood. So this only gives it 7 hit points. Oh my goodness. We might even be able to finish this before it gets to attack. It has a fire breath. And let's see what fire breath is. Okay. Okay, so if you're hit by the Chimera, now every time the Chimera attacks, it also breathes flames, and the character hit must make a resistance check or lose 1 additional hit point. Okay. So this could have been really bad, but I think since it's down to 7, I think we have a fair chance of doing away with it before it does too much damage. But we have disturbed its sacrifice, and I think we're very, very lucky here that we inadvertently distracted the Minotaur, which actually ended up meaning that both the sacrificer and the sacrificed were heavily wounded when we encountered them. So let's start here with Rurik attacking with his axe. It's a 5. He gives a wound. Gislan swings his axe. Ooh. That's a 12. That must be at least 2 wounds, right? Is it even 3? No. It's just 2 wounds. Great. And Almuric with his sword, it's a 7. It's just 1 wound. Then we have Linphalas with his bow. It's another wound. Then we have Silesia with her bow. She doesn't hit anything. So we just strike fiercely at this griffin. We're attacking it from all sides. It's standing on this altar stone. And then with sort of its dying breath, it just turns its head and it looks straight at Almuric again. And it breathes flames into his face as it attacks him. And it deals... We were lucky. It deals 2 points of damage. He's down to 3, and then it breathes flames. Almurix has a resistance value of 2, so on a 1 or 2, he can resist the flames. And he cannot resist the flames. Almuric is down to 2. Almuric is dying, and this griffin is just holding him in its talons, just breathing flames into his face. Demonic apparitions, yes. All right, something has to be done now. Gislan raises his axe. He knows the only way to save Almuric is by hitting a clean strike with his axe. And he does chip 1. So now Almuric will have to, as Gislan hits the griffin and it loses its balance, and Almuric holds up his sword, and it falls right down and skewers itself on his sword. The Chimera is dead, but so almost too is Almuric. And Silesia, the druid, runs over and kneels by his side, and she starts mending his wounds. And with her last magic power, bringing herself down to only 2 hit points, she uses her final cure spell to heal Almuric back up to 5 wound points. He's still not doing good, but at least he's standing. They're all standing. And I think Rurik, he wants to be close to his knight. So let's have Almuric. He goes and takes the sender, even though it should probably be Gislan, because Rurik, the squire, wants to be next to his knight. There you go. Okay, this is getting really tough. We need to get somewhere very soon, or we're gonna end up very dead. Okay, this Chimera, does it have anything for us? Apart from its fire breath, it has another of those damn... It's sitting on a treasure chest on top of this damn altar, and it's another trapped treasure chest. I almost feel like I almost feel like just letting it pass, but we cannot let it pass. I mean, what if that is where the Talisman of Orb or some other powerful magical item is? But perhaps, instead of letting... I know Gislan, he can detrap, but Linfalas, he's completely unheard. So he might also just do it, but no. I think Gislan, he just says no. Look, I know how to disarm these traps. If I can't disarm them, you know, that's my own failing. Then it's like, you know, I have to live and die by my trade. And yes, Almuric is indeed hanging on by a thread. And we have no more heal spells left. We're completely out. Let's hope there's a healing potion in this chest. That would be great. Gislan disarms on a 1 through 3. Again, this whole chest is just covered in feathers and blood, and his fingers is slipping as he tries to kind of jackal around with the lock and trying to pick it, and his little pin slips in there, and suddenly something happens. And what happens? An arrow shoots out, a tiny little dart shoots out from the chest and hits Gislan. And it's us. See here. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's hopefully not so bad. It only hits him on a 5 or a 6. Oh. So the dart hits Gislan sort of right in the neck. And he's now down to 6 wound points. I hope this was worth it. I really hope that there is something in this treasure chest that is worth it. Let's see, first of all, how many gold pieces are in there? Well, there are 80 gold pieces. So that's another 13 to each, I think, and 14 to 2. So 14, so 68 for Almuric, and 69 for Gislan, 67 Linfalas, 67 Silesia, 66 Rurik, 67 Elmira. Oh, and then of course experience points. It had only 3, 5. It only had 7 life points, so they only get 7 experience points each. So now they're all at 82. So still a ways to go. Two, 82, 82. Fine. And how about gems? Are there any gems in this chest? There's not. How about what we came here for? Magic items. Yes. How many? 1. There is 1 magic item in there. And it is a talisman. Oh. It's an All Suns talisman. That has actually to do with magic. And because in this world there are 3 different suns, each having a different hue. And depending on which is the dominant sun, the characters have access to different kinds of magic, or at least sort of more or less powerful versions of the spells that they know. I don't know that this is going to change a whole lot for us as situation is, but let me just check. So this spell increases the magic potential of the character who wears it. Okay. So, oh wow. This means that someone will get more spells. But at this point, who can even use spells? I think perhaps we should give it to Linfalas. He has no knowledge of spells, but it will imbue him with magic power, and he still has a lot of wound points, so he'll be able to actually use these spells. So I make like special items on these little piece of paper. So I'll just write here a talisman, All Suns. And let's see how much it's dice. 1, 2, 3. It's plus 1. Plus 1, 1, 1. So it means that Linfalas can actually now choose a spell. And now there are a lot of spells, and I'm not going to sit here and go through all of them with you. But I'm just going to see if there's something. I mean, we can have more charm spells. We can have attack spells. He could, of course, take a heal spell, but I don't know. I also feel like we're just like... I mean, yeah, I mean, we're healing and we're taking damage, but we're not making a lot of progress. I think we need something powerful here. Something a little crazy. I mean, it could be another charm, so we can try to charm a beast onto our side. It's very draining to cast charm spells, but it's also very powerful, of course, to have a beast fighting on your side. Yeah, and I think as a ranger that fits him well. So we're gonna give Linfalas the charm spell. Horribly, it cost 3 wound points to cast. And it can be resisted by the ones cast against. But if it succeeds, imagine like charming a chimera or a minotaur at their full strength and having them join our party. I mean, that may be the only way to get out of this mess that we're in right now, because we just, I don't know, we cannot find our way through this maze. But anyway, now that we've killed the griffin, we can actually inspect the altar. So we should choose someone to go and inspect the altar. I don't know if altars come trapped, but I think it's Almuric. No, I think it's Linfalas. Linfalas puts on the talisman of all suns, and he feels the magic power surging through his body. And he goes and he stands in front of the altar and he opens his arms. Let's see what happens. Right. So what kind of altar do we have here? It's an altar to Asmodee. Asmodee, Asmodee, Linfalas says. Huh? It's an altar to Asmodee, the infernal king. Swordvender says, altars come with a spiritual trap. Oh, that is true, and we may be about to find out. So, how does this work? Oh my goodness, it's an altar to one of the 6 demons that are worshipped here in the Citadel. And okay. So Linfalas basically prays at the altar to this infernal king. He has to pass his resistance check, and if he does, he is given a boon, and if not, he is cursed. And he has a resistance of 2, so on a 1 or 2, he gets a boon. And he gets a boon. But this is devilish. Like, Linfalas, our elven ranger, is praying to Asmodee, the infernal king. But I guess, when among wolves. So, oh my goodness. He gets a combat bonus of +3. This is insane. He now has a combat bonus of 8. He is ridiculously powerful, and he also gets the ability to cast lightning spells at the cost of only 1 wound point. What? Okay, forget about Linfalas and his charm spell. Because he can only use 1 spell, because he only has 1 in sun magic. So he's going to do lightning instead. It's a super powerful spell, and when it only costs 1, now you will see him tearing through. Oh yeah, now you'll see him tearing through some enemies. So Linfalas. Okay, basically we've gone so deep into the mountain that everyone is starting to turn and change. And we know that in order to beat these demons, you have to worship them. This is exactly what happens in this wonderful documentary film, The Devil's Miner, about a an old Spanish silver mine somewhere in South America. I think it's Bolivia or Ecuador. I can't remember, sorry. But basically, when you go into that silver mine to pray, because it's so dangerous to work in there and so many people have died, people will actually worship idols of the devil when they're inside the mountain, even though they are Catholics. And the Catholic priests in the village around the silver mine will encourage the miners to remember to worship the devil while they're in the mountain, because otherwise they have no chance of escaping. And this is exactly what is happening here. We are worshipping an infernal demon in the depths under the Citadel of Blood, and we have become all-powerful because of it. Is Linfalas gonna be our savior, or he's gonna turn into the next Dark Lord? Let's find out. All right, guys. Where were we? Where weren't we? This game. Let's move on. Okay, I'm so excited about seeing what happens on the other side of this altar, because it seems that there is another room there. Or maybe it's just a passageway leading into another corridor. I don't know. Let's find out. But we need something here. We need something. Yeah, it is just a passageway leading into another corridor. I mean, how deep can we go into this dungeon? And, you know, how are we ever going to make our way back out? I mean, the more we encounter, the more dangerous it gets. There's nothing there. It's empty as always. And so we make our way westward. And again, there is a turn. And I mean, here on the other side of the altar, we're still in this sort of more sort of build up, more sort of civilized part of the dungeon, I feel, after we came through that natural cave. So we're definitely on the right track, but as you can see, everything is just empty here. We're just now turning a corner, we're standing in front of a room, and we're trying to get into that room and see what is there. And oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, like this. Look at this, guys. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? The mirror. The mirror of shadows. We have found the second mirror. We step into a room again with passageway leading out in all the four cardinal directions. In the center, there is a mirror. It's again one of these big oval-shaped mirror, but wherever you walk around it, it is as if it turns with you. And even if two people walk around in an opposite direction, they both see it as always turning towards them, as if it was this whole complete global shape. And as they walk and they peer into that mirror, they see them deep into the endless, and they feel almost as if they're about to fall into the mirror. And there, far back, they see the outline of this gigantic burning archway. And suddenly it is as if they're falling and they're shooting towards it, and this archway just comes straight up towards the mirror and wears to one side. And again, it's all dark, but they can still see sort of the glow of the flames of the arch burning somewhere just out of the corner of their eye. So what we're going to do now is we're going to see where is the Hellgate. Are you ready for this, guys? We know it's on this level, And I'm now going to roll a die to see how far away it is. We're standing right here. It is 4 segments away. So we need to explore 4 segments, and the 4th segment that we explore, that is the Hellgate. I think it was good that that was it. We got to the altar, and we got that talisman of all sons, and we worshipped at that altar. And I think our only chance of closing down that portal to hell is if Linfalas can somehow use these infernal powers that he's gotten by conferring with the demons. But first we have to get there. We still have to survive 3 more pieces on this level before we're there. There's a bit way, but it's just around the corner, guys. Are you ready for the Hellgate? All right. Okay. So let's just head further west. I think that's where we saw it. And let's hope that we don't get into too much trouble on the way, because we need to be as strong as possible when we get there. So, yeah, let's just do this. Gonna go out into the corridor. That is 1. Is there anyone in the corridor? There is not. That was 1. Then we're gonna head northwards, because we know that north is the direction of the Hellgate. We established that long ago. And again, the corridor turns. Is there anyone there around the corner? We turn the corner with brandished swords and lightning playing on the fingertips of Linfalas, the Elven Ranger. There is no one there. 3rd. This is the last segment before the Hellgate. And it is another turn. This is twisting and turning from the mirror. You can see how these complex directions that you're being thrown in. And we move in here. Swordvanska asks, let me get this straight. You're still level 1, but yet you aspire to conquer the Hellgate? Hey, we're on level 2 here. We're on level 2 of the dungeon. And Linfalas, he just prayed to the demon guard Ashmodee, and he is, I don't know whether he's cursed or he's blessed, but he's got immense powers. And I think it takes a demon to kill a demon. So yeah, we're gonna conquer the fucking Hellgate. We turn around the corner. Is there anything standing between us and the Hellgate? On a 1 there is. There is nothing standing between us and the Hellgate. All right, guys. It's time. After almost 4 hours of streaming, we have arrived at the Hellgate. I won't say we're in the best of shapes, but I think we can still get lucky. And I really think that Linfalas can make a difference. So, as we approach the Hellgate, first of all, let me show you the Hellgate. Here it is. Gate. You see it? It's flaming madness and mystical symbols and I know not what. And this is what we're going to close down, because beyond the Hellgate lies the endless abyss. And that is where the Dark Lord, he's summoning all his demons from that are creeping into the land and working together with the Empire to crush basically the only free people that are left. Looks like the cover of a French black magic album. That is totally it. I don't know what happens if you blow this up to the size of an LP. It might look a little rough, but you could try it. I mean, I would support such an album cover. I definitely would. And now what we have in front of this Hellgate is we have a number of demons. 1d3 plus 2. So now it's time to get lucky. We rolled 5 demons. In other words, we did not get lucky. All right, guys. Prepare for battle. So, you want to see a demon, by the way? This is what they look like. They're very dark and demonic, and I think they have wings with talons on them. So that's 3 demons. And then we have another 3 demons, or 2 demons. Then in the back center row, and this is problematic, here we have the Dark Lord. And the problem with him is that he stands in the second row and he's going to throw spells at us. And so we need to fight our way through these demons quickly so we can stop him from casting spells, take him out. And then on the third row behind him is the gate, the Hell Gate. And every turn, fierce blasts of balls of fire shoots out from this gate and hits any one of us in the first row. So now is the time for some serious fighting. Okay, let's determine how many hit points these demons have. They have a die plus 4 because we're on the second level. So the 3 first one they have... Oh, Jesus. One has 6. Oh, we can do that in the middle. One has 6. Another one has 7. And a third one, has 10. Jesus. And what do they have in the row behind the 2 demons? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Please say a prayer for me out there. Please say a prayer for me. Yeah, no, it's not a fair fight at all. This is totally not cool. Look. Oh my goodness. And then how many hit points does that guy have? 1 plus 8. 1 die plus... Oh! Well, he only has 9 hit points. But the problem is that we can't really hit him because he's in the second row. And the whole idea is that the moment that we take out the Dark Lord, then the demons disappear, and then the fireballs stop shooting out of the Hellgate, but then we still have to close the Hellgate. So what we have to do now is we have to fight down the demons so we get lure the Dark Lord into the first row. Then we have to kill the Dark Lord. Then the rest of any demons left will disappear, and then we have to confront the Hellgate. It's quite a lot of steps, and we have no heal spells. And yeah, we're a little screwed. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. I think it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I just need to see when the Hellgate shoots. At what point in the attack phase that actually happens. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I think it is here. Okay. So we attack, they attack, and then the Hellgate attacks. And the Hellgates throw 3 blast spells every turn. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. And what does the Dark Lord do? I think he throws lightning spells, right? Yeah. Dark Lord. Goodness, we haven't even earned 100 experience points and we're already in this mess. Yeah, he cast lightning spell, but it is going to drain his life points casting those spells. That's the only positive about it. The not so positive thing is that if you don't resist it, you take 1d3 plus 2 wounds. But Linfalas can do the same. He also knows lightning spells. And I mean, look at the bright side. We have the initiative. We actually go first. So perhaps we need to rearrange. Perhaps we actually need to have Gislan go in the back so he can also fire lightning bolts. And I just really want to make sure that Elmira, she survives, if at all possible, because I think she's the only one who's capable of closing the Hellgate. As I mentioned before, she's had these visions of them growing up in her childhood. And actually that is why she ran away, because she was so tormented by them and people thought that she was, possessed by the devil. And she was basically run out of her village and grew up as an orphan and has always been tormented by these visions. And now standing in front of the Hellgate, she sees it for the first time. And this is like your worst nightmare come true. And in her dreams, in her nightmares, she sees herself walking towards the Hellgate. This tiny little girl walking through this gigantic burning gate. And the dream always ends just before she enters. And now we have to find out not how the dream ends, but how reality begins. Okay. Let's do battle. So the people in the first row, they can only fight with their weapons. So they're going to do that for the first round, and then I think I'm going to try to do some rearrangement after that. So Rurik, he strikes out at the demon in front of him with his axe. It's a horrible blow, but he still does 1 point of damage, so thank you for that. Almuric, he raises his sword. And yeah, he raises his sword. And it's a 9. So that's another point of damage. I don't know. I don't think we leveled up enough for this. This looks tough. And Gislan also takes his axe. 6 is an 8. He also only does 1 point of damage, and he usually does 2. I mean, look, Gislan, now is not the time to not do damage. Now is the time to do damage. Serious damage. But we didn't. Then Linfalas, I mean, he can shoot with his bow, and let's just see. I mean, since he's so empowered by the Demon Lord that he's pretty fierce with a bow now. He can actually deal between 3 and 4 points of damage. And the lightning spell, he deals at least 2 points of damage, and the lightning spell deals 1d3 plus 2, but also drains him of 1 life. So I don't know. And of course, the lightning spell can be resisted by the demons. And how good are demons at resisting spells? Oh, oh Jesus. They resist on 1, 2, 3, 4. So casting spells against them is really difficult. They only have a 3rd chance. Look, no. Linfalas, he's just gonna string those arrows, and they're kind of burning at the tip as he whispers this word of the demon, Ashmodei, at the arrows, and you can sort of see a little fire burning at the tips, and he shoots them off. I don't know about Linfalas, whether he's turning, but something's happening. And he just goes for the most wounded demon. That must be the way to take them out. It has 5 hit points. And he shoots an arrow. Look at that. My goodness. 4 points of damage. This arrow just burns right through this demon that's almost crumbled to cinders. Now, if we can just deal 1 more point of damage to that demon, it cannot strike back this turn. This could be extremely important. What can we do? Silesia, she's not a very good shot, but she has a bow, and sometimes, and perhaps when the pressure is on, is when she can deliver. Silesia, you can save Almoric now. You can save him. I think, being a druid and working basically with all the positive magic, seeing Linfalos with his eyes almost on fire, shooting those devilish arrows, had gotten her so unnerved that she completely misses her shot. So now what's left is basically Elmira. Elmira can throw a dagger at it. What is the chance of success? Oh, it's poor. She's not going to do that. She can throw a sleep spell. And, why not? If it doesn't resist, it takes out. And it does cost her 2 wound points. She has 5. Everyone's got to do their best now. So, Elmira locks eye with the strongest demon in the front row and tries to will it to sleep. She's seen those demons in her dreams before. That's why she has power over them. That's why she at least has the confidence that she has power over them. The demon has a resistance value of 4. So on a 1, 2, 3, 4, it resists the magic attack. But on a 5 or 6, Elmira cows it. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is amazing. Elmira locks eye with the demon and it just crumbles. It's nothing now but a shadow floating on the floor of existence. This was important. It's still really bad news, but this was great. This was a perfect turn for us. Now they strike back, unfortunately. So we have a demon out here. It has a strength of 6 at this level. And that means 9. Yeah, so it does 1 damage to Rurik. He's down to 2. Squire is down to only 2 points. He's really in trouble, deep trouble. And then the other demon strikes at Almoric. Almoric is at 5. This demon has 6 plus 12. We don't like this. No, we absolutely don't like this. 2 hits on Almoric. He's down to 3 hit points. No one attacks Gislan, which is great, but unfortunately, the Dark Lord throws a lightning spell at any one of the guys in the front row. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Dark Lord, he just scans his enemies and he singles out the weakest one, Rurik, who is almost dying, and he just tries to pick him out. Rurik has a magic resistance of 2. So on a 1 or 2, on a 1 or 2. Yes! Are you seeing what I'm seeing? The Dark Lord conjures up his most damnedest lightning magic, but Rurik just stands there and, puts forth his breast, and the lightning just plays on his breastplate and just shimmers away, falls into the ground. And the Dark Lord is just almost crying with frustration in the back row. But then there is this strange sound, this grinding as of giant stones being slowly rubbed together, and then an explosion as 3 balls of fire shoots out from the Hellgate. Let's see who they hit. Each of these balls of fire do 2 damage if not resisted. So let's see who I hit. We'll do the same thing as before. Okay, so that's 2 on Gislan and 1 on Almeric. Almeric has a magic resistance of 2. Again, he needs a 1 or 2 in order to withstand the blast. Yes, Swordvende, we might have a chance. Though I'm afraid that might is the key word here. Let's see. Almeric does not withstand the fire blast. Almeric is down to a single hit point. He has only one left. Yeah, no, not too many dice. He has one life point left. He's dying, and there's no way we can heal this guy. Gislan, he is hit twice. He has a resistance of 3, which means on a 1, 2, 3, he can resist the lightning bolts. Let's see, the blast from the Hellgate. He resists one of them. This is brilliant. And he takes 2 damage, so he's down to 4. Okay. What we need to do now, I think, is to do some rearranging. We just saw how brutal Linfalas's bow is. So perhaps we need to keep him in the second row where he can shoot it. And someone needs to be sacrificed. But everyone in the front row is probably going to die now, which might be an argument to basically make Gislan change place. Or what? Shit. I mean, what can we do? I mean, what can we really, really do? Yeah. I mean, we have one with a bow. But Basileia with her bow, she's just worth nothing. But then again, if I put her in the front row, she's just going to fall over and die, right? I think I have the right men in the front row to fight. But I just don't think they're going to last. I don't think they're going to last. I could take Gislan back. And I don't know. I feel like I want to save Elmira. I mean, Gislan could basically teleport the hell out of here and have her come back some other day. But he needs to change places then. No, I think my goodness. Fuck. Because I think everyone in the front row is going to die this turn. Any positive vibes in chat? Fear, despair, hopelessness. Yeah, spot on. The 3 stages of giving up. This is painful. Okay, I'm gonna pull Gislan back because he senses that this may not be the day everything ends, but they found the gate, and I know the labyrinth changes every time they go in, but it seems that this may not be the day worth dying for. But let's see how much we can do. So what basically happens is that Gislan changes places with Citadel. The druid steps forth, and she can't really do anything. I mean, she has a remove poison spell, but that's not really relevant. And yeah, you can't negotiate with demons, so there you go. And what do? Well, they of course sent forth their strongest demon to the front row. So there's another one for you. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready for a big round of fighting? This needs to work. This really needs to work. Okay. So Rurik attacks the demon in front of him, just chipping away. It's a 4. It's not a good blow, but it's enough to chip him one down. Everything helps. Almeric is dying. We could have put him in behind and he could do a blast spell and die, but no, he's going to go down on his sword. So he just attacks. He knows that this is probably the last attack that he's ever going to make. And it is enough to kill this demon. So he has that. He actually, completely skewers that demon that was already been burned half up by Linfalas. Yeah, you still have You still have the full party, says Swordman. Yeah, but they're at 2 hit points, 1 hit point, 2 hit point, 4, 3, 9. Linfalas is powerful. But these other guys, they're gonna die, I think, when the demons and the Hellgate and everything strikes back. But we're gonna go out with a bang if we're gonna go out. So Silesia, she cannot use her bow, so she has to use her dagger. Oh, this is horrible. So she basically needs a 4 in order to hit for 1 point of damage. This is almost, and he has 10, this demon. So Silesia the Druid, she also just sacrifices herself basically by attacking this demon with a dagger, rolling around on the floor, trying to distract it. And she can't even get her dagger in. She doesn't deal any damage. So Linfalas, he lifts up his bow and he doesn't dare shoot at the demon in front of Silesia because they're just like rolling around on the floor. And Linfalas, he shoots across at this demon who is fighting against Rurik, and I got a lot of dice on the floor now. Luckily, I have a lot more dice in front of me, so I'm just going to keep rolling. And this time, his bow is not as effective as it was before, unfortunately, and he only deals 2 damage, which is not really enough. So Elmira, she's down to 3 hit points. It cost her 2 hit points to do a sleep spell. She did manage to take a demon out with her before, so again, she tries to lock eye on the demon over here. She's down to 1 hit point. She's almost exhausting herself to the point of death as she fires off the sleep spell. The demon, of course, has a resistance of 4, so it's only on a 5 or a 6 the spell go through. Can Elmira, with the last of her strength, make a second demon succumb to her power? No! It was so close. For a moment, it wavers. You can just see how it flickers. It almost falls into unexistence. But then it rises, looks up, and just howls terribly. And your scream is echoing down the corridors. And you can hear the dire wolves howling in the far distance of the Citadel. Islan is throwing. He can throw. Yeah, I don't know. He can throw a strength. What does strength do? Does strength help anyone, anywhere right now? Strength is the same as strength potion. I'm desperately looking at spells here. Shit. Well, it increases the combat bonus by 1d6, so that's great. But what is not so great is that, are anyone gonna... Well, Almeric might survive this round if no one attacks him. Okay. So Gislan, the shamanic dwarf, he throws a strength spell on Almeric, sort of empowering him. Almeric is dying, right? He's almost bleeding out. And suddenly this sort of wave of strength just surges through Almeric. And he has 5 more in combat bonus, so now he has a total of 10 when attacking with his sword. But he can only use that if he is not killed. And now the demons strike back. Okay. We have a demon over here. It has a combat value of 6. So, does it need... Oh, goodness. But Rurik has 2 hit points left, so if it just only does 1 damage, it would be great. This is an... Yes. This is very important. Rurik survives the attack by the demon. Great. The other demon attacks Silesia, who also only has 2 hit points left. And it also, she's also down. So now everyone in the front row is down to 1 hit point. Then the Dark Lord, again, lightning surges in his hands, and he looks over the 3 puny, dying, pitiful heroes in the front row. And he singles out Almeric because he just saw how Gislan empowered him with his strength. So now Almeric has to withstand this lightning attack from the Dark Lord, or he will succumb. On a 1 or 2, he withstands. No. The night, the lightning just searches around his chest and he screams in anguish and he falls to his knees. Almeric is dead. And his squire looks at his dying knight, and rage surges in him, and he heaves his axe for a mighty, mighty blow. So I'm gonna give Rurik a revenge blow here, because he's just witnessed his knight die. So he lashes out with an extra blow at this demon in front of him, and he deals 1 more damage to it in his rightful anger. Then we have the Hellgate. Again, 3 balls of fire and brimstone shoots out from the abyss beyond, and it hits on a 1, 2, 3 Rurik, and on a 4, 5, 6 Silesia. I think the positive outcome here is that I think it can only hit those in the first row. Yeah. Okay, that's great. So it's 2 blasts that goes at Rurik and 1 blast that goes to Silesia. So Rurik, he can resist on a 1 or 2, but he has to do 2 resists or he is gone. Executioner's row, says Swordvan, the executioner's row indeed. And here is 1 more for the scaffold. So Almeric took a lightning bolt and sunk to his knees. Rurik gave 1 last blow with his axe and wounded the demon, and now 2 fireballs strike him and he just goes up in smoke, and there's nothing left of Rurik but a pile of ash next to his dead squire. The final ball of fire hits Silesia, and she also has a resistance value of 2, so on a 1 or 2, and no. She also, the druid, the innocent young druid, takes this fireball in her chest, and it's as if the fireball penetrates into her body, and for a while nothing happens, and then suddenly it's as if her entire bodies open up and the fireball explodes from inside through all her pores, and she just disappears in a big cloud of smoke and fire. Silesia, the druid, is dead. Okay, so what happens now is that we have to move to the front row because we have to fill rows if we can. And this demon, we still have 3 demons in the front row, so there's still no way that we can get to Linfalas. So, look, we gotta be honest here. We have 1 man left who can fight. Oh, sorry, not Linfalas, that we can get to the Dark Lord. We have 1 man left who can fight, and that is Linfalas. And yeah. Okay. You may not agree with me here, guys, but I'm looking at the future. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let Linfalas, he cannot throw spells, he's in the front row. So he has to use his sword, which is not even his strongest bet. So Linfalas, he just swings his sword at the demon in front of him, and it's an 8, it's a 14, it's pretty good. He deals 3 damage. I mean, he is powerful. And what he basically does is that he blocks the way. He goes in front and he blocks the way for Gislan and Elmira. And what Gislan does, he has 3 hit points left, and he uses all of those 3 points to throw a teleport spell on Elmira, who has only 1 hit point left, knowing that with the knowledge that she has gained about the Hellgate, with her becoming aware of her destiny, which is to close the Hellgate, she is the prophetess and she must survive. Only then will the Hellgate be closed in the future. So Gislan, with his dying breath, releases his most powerful spell, and he falls to the ground, his body shakes, he can barely keep his hands up, and this kind of translucent, semi-transparent shell falls around Elmira, and the demon in front of her strikes out with one of his mighty claws, and just as he strikes, his claw passes through where Elmira once stood, but now she's back at the entrance to the citadel, and Gislan collapses, writhing in agony as the magic leaves his body for a final time. Linfalas stands alone. He's not gonna give up. They all jump at him. 3 demons attack him simultaneously, and they deal him 3 points of damage. So Linfalas is now down to 6. Then the Dark Lord conjures up his magic again, and he throws his lightning spell toward Linfalas. Linfalas has a resistance of 2. Can he survive? No. He's hit by this lightning spell. He takes 1d3 plus 2 damage. He takes 3 damage more. He's down to 3. His whole body is shaking. There are 3 demons attacking him from all sides. He's burning up with lightning, but he has saved Elmira by standing in her way. And now 3 fireballs shoot out of the Hellgate, and they're all aiming for him. With a resistance of 1 or 2, he can avoid them, and he needs to resist 2 or he is dead. And he does. Look at this. Linfalas has 1 hit point left. And as his final act in this world, he lunges out at the demon to the left of him, hoping to take at least just one more enemy down with him. He swings his sword, and yes, 2 points of damage. He kills the demon. And as he kills the demon, the last thing he sees is the Dark Lord stepping forth, standing right next to him as the 2 minions jump at him and each deal him a point of damage. And Linfalas is killed there, while the Dark Lord stands over him laughing, knowing that once again, a group of foolhardy adventurers have gone into the Citadel and basically just given up their bodies as soul energy for the Hellgate. But he also knows that Elmira, who was the one person that he wanted to get a hold of, which is why he was luring us in the beginning, that she has escaped, and she will become his arch enemy, and she will raise an army against him, and one day she will be back in front of the Hellgate, and she will close it once and for all and save the valley from the dark magic of the evil Lord. And thus ends our journey through the Citadel of Blood this evening. It's been an absolute pleasure reliving this 1980s dungeon crawler game. I hope that you have had your fun out there watching this stream now or later, or just browsing through it and see this whole madness unfold and this wonderful dramatic climax where I think that we we didn't win this time around, but it would almost have been too much to ask, given how little we had really achieved. I think Linfala's leveling up so powerful at the altar of the Chimera was absolutely crucial. But we had been worn down. I think especially those dire wolves, we took a really bad beating from them, and we would have needed just a little more luck in finding useful items, and I think we had a lot of resistance that ultimately didn't really drop a lot of loot for us that we can use. If we look at what we've achieved here, like we're sitting at around like 82 experience points, and people have like around 70 gold pieces and a few jewels. Elmira has her leather armor, which basically saved her life. And Linfal has found the very powerful Talisman of All Suns. So, yeah. It's I feel actually, and I also feel this from the playthroughs I've done of this game in preparation for this stream, that the game is actually very well balanced, and it's of course an impossible thing to say in such a random game, but all the games that I have played of it, I've had this sense of just this tough grind and then this desperate face-off in the end. In all the games I've played, I've reached the Hellgate, and I've never managed to beat it. But I've come close, and I've come closer than we came today. But all the games have been tense, and I think in this game you have to settle into the speed of it a little bit, because there are definitely part of it where you're just walking around and you feel lost, and little by little the maze is just chipping away at you, and it's so brutal, and it feels so like, am I just gonna like die from little traps sprung on me from treasure chests with a few gold pieces in them? But the climax will come, something will happen. Like, we found that altar. There are many different objects you can find in this game. There are altars, there are fountains, there are all sorts of things that you can stumble upon. But what I really like is that they're there, but they're not so many that they happen all the time. So when you stumble upon an altar with a chimera sacrificing a minotaur, just think about that scenario. It becomes so powerful in the story, and especially as this was really the point of no return in the dramatic arc. We passed through that, then there was the final mirror on the other side, and then we were at the Hellgate. The showdown, we understood that we couldn't defeat the Hellgate, but we also understood that by getting Elmira out would be our only chance to get the Hellgate at some later point, and Gislan, the shamanistic dwarf who had suffered so much through the scenario, finally gave up his life to do that. I mean, this was fantastic. Swordbender says, it sounds like we could have leveled up once if we had just dealt deeper. Yeah, we would have needed to go a little deeper. We were pretty close to getting 100 XP, and if we'd gotten 100 XP, I'd probably have allowed everyone an upgrade. But it was close. It was down to the wire. It really was. And I think, again, I mean, going back to my point earlier on in the beginning about games that don't take themselves seriously, I think this is really an example. I think you can see how this game does take itself seriously. And again, yes, you may think it's ridiculous with a Dark Lord and a Hellgate and demons and what have you. But if you enter it on this premise, this game, I think, even with these sparse components and these few stats, delivered a solid and engaging narrative, and it gave me that sense of, slogging and fighting against something that was almost impossible. It felt hopeless at times, and it also felt like, will this ever end? Will we? I mean, I'm gonna be dead by fatigue before I get anywhere. But at no point during the game did I felt like giving it up or cheating, or I never cheat in games. I'd much rather just lose. But I was just compelled to play on, And I think it says a lot for a game like this. You need to get into it. You need to take it seriously. And if you don't, it's just going to be stupid monster bashing, right? So yeah, that's the lesson. Take your game seriously. They deserve it. All right, guys. I have been talking for 4.5 hours with dungeon rot growing inside me and out of me, and I know not what. So I think that it's time to wind down the stream and to throw myself into the hopeless stream, the river of hopelessness that flows, and just let me see where it takes me and what the next game will be as I don't know, guess drift ashore somewhere, find myself awake suddenly on a muddy bank with some other game in front of me. I have no idea what's it gonna be, but there are plenty to choose from, and I definitely feel like playing more Ares games, but I still need to get myself more Ares magazines so I can play them. I don't just want to do the printout versions. I want the real components for these things. They're beautiful, and I'm so happy I did not play with the upgraded version. Of course, if you can't get a hold of the original version, by all means, try the fan-made version. But if you can grab hold of this thing, this fiddly little monster, yeah, it's just great. Thank you so much for watching, and remember, as always, stop winning, start losing, and stay hopeless.